What is up, everyone? It's me, Deltlead, and we are back at Kerbal Space Program Career Mode. So, at the end of last stream, we recovered a crew from the surface of the moon after a daring attempt to collect science that ended up not working out quite as well as planned, but we recovered and moved on from it. And so now we are going on an additional expedition, this time not to the moon, but to Minmus. With the goal being to collect data on that new planet. We have our vehicle set up. This is a more old school style lander from one I used previously, but I'm going to use the pomegranate re-entry pod as the actual pod for the ship. And then I've got a probe core to allow me to control it, parachutes. We have the advanced inline stability control group right here, advanced inline stabilizer, batteries, Science Junior electrical photovoltaic arrays. We got multiple ladders, actually a two-stage ladder system here to allow the Kerbals to climb down, because this is a tall boy. It's a tall lander. Large 1.875 millimeter meter, not millimeter, 1.875 meter fuel tank, a cheetah engine on the bottom. And we got ourselves a little folding antenna over here. That is the lander module. We also have an upper stage powered by a cheetah engine, and then our bottom stage powered by the Bobcat with 4 liquid rocket boosters. All of them have fuel lines feeding into the main tank, so these will burn out and feed into our main tank. And then we have these, what is this called? The FLC 1000 fuel tank, which I have scaled down to a 1.25 meter. It's normally 1.875, but I scaled it down to fit on these 1.25 meter boosters using the, what's this engine called again? The Kodiak liquid boosters. So this has got a lot of power. Still need to adjust the staging on it, but we will be getting it on the launch pad here very shortly. So first, let's make sure our staging all makes sense, which it doesn't. Okay, so booster, engines first, side separation, upper stage, fairing deployment can come before the upper stage, lander stage, and then the re-entry module detaches, and the parachutes. Okay, so this has currently showing us 7,313 meters per second. I believe that should be enough for the job we have for it. We're going to call this the KSP Minmus Ranger. Oop, I have a caps lock on. KSP Minmus Ranger 2. We'll save it, we'll launch it. And we should have our 3 core Kerbals on board, Jeb, Bill, and Bob. They will be flying this mission to Minmus, plant a flag, build some research stations on the surface, collect some data. Oh, I have forgotten to actually take the contracts. Hold on. Revert. We gotta take the contracts as well. And you know what? Actually, hold on. I want to look at something, because one of these contracts has us doing observational surveys, which, you know, observational surveys are fine and whatnot. But I want to see where those surveys are and how far apart they are. Because I think they're surface surveys. Oh, they're close. Okay, they're right there. That wouldn't be too hard to walk to. Or jetpack to, in that case. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We could do that. We could easily do that. Yeah, we can do that. It's not like 3 separate locations way far apart, so we could easily land in that area and get that. So we'll plant the flag on Minmus. This will fund the mission in its entirety for doing that. And then this one will also offer quite a bit of value here. There's also one, science data from the surface of Minmus, which we'll do. Science data from the surface of the moon, we can do that already. Rescue Eileen from orbit. Yeah, we'll take that one as well. Position of satellites in a synchronous network. What's a synchronous network? Okay, well, we'll leave that one for now, but we've taken our contracts. Let's go out to the launch pad and grab the KSP Munis Ranger 2. Actually, we're going to swap out. Jeb, you're going to sit this one out, and Bill, you're going to sit this one out. We're going to take Debris and Matdorf. Get them some experience. Get them out to the surface of Minmus. Get them to level 2. We want all of our astronauts to have some time in the seat, some time building up their skills, their experience. And just sending the 3 Kerbals on every mission is not going to achieve that. Don't mind the buzzer in the background. It is definitely not a pad alert. Definitely not a warning in the cockpit. It is something else entirely, and you don't need to pay attention to it. Okay, we are off. We've got pretty decent thrust weight ratio right off the gate, 1.5, and climbing. I'm going to keep it at about a 1.5. And we'll go ahead and lock prograde. Let Debris take the controls here. She has lots of computer aid on this probe, so she should have no problem managing it. We'll go back to stability assist before we pitch over too much. Let's take a look at our orbit. 5,000 meter apoapsis and climbing. So our 4 outer stages are draining into the center stage as intended, so those will burn out of fuel first and get us up to a pretty high speed, and then we will have our upper stage to burn the rest of the way. Alright, now we can go prograde. Again, I'm just going to keep throttling down. Keep it at about a 1.5, conserve some fuel. G loading is just above 1, which is fine for us. And turn stability assist back on, hold this attitude for a little bit longer. 2, 1, booster burnout, booster separation, a beautiful Korolev cross right there as the boosters fall away. And now I need to go all the way back to maximum thrust on this core stage. Because we don't have those 4 Kodiak engines assisting us anymore, just the Bobcat, it needs to push hard to keep us going. Coming up on about a 1 thrust to weight ratio, but still low, so we need to keep that burning for a little bit. Once we get to about a 1, or a little over a 1-to-1 thrust to weight ratio, then I'll go back to prograde and we'll continue pitching down. But right now, really just want to get that up a little bit more. Probably about 1.2. We still have a lot of fuel in this stage. Probably not going to get to orbit just on this stage alone, but that's okay. We do have that upper stage to finish the orbital insertion. Alright, there we go. We are at a 1-to-1 thrust to weight ratio, and now I'm going to pitch over to prograde. And what's interesting is our, as we've climbed in altitude, our actual delta V has gone up because our Bobcat engines are more efficient up here. So we're burning fuel but increasing in delta V as we change our altitude here. I'm going to go 4x time acceleration. I'm going to let this burn for a while. Drop my thrust down now as we climb. Okay. Ditch the fairings. Buy us a little bit more weight tolerance. Main engine cutoff. Second stage go. Stage separation. Now that Cheetah with a 0.6 thrust to weight ratio is going to push us the rest of the way. We're going to need to pitch up slightly because we are going to pass our apoapsis here pretty soon. But it will get us the rest of the way, and then we'll have about 1,500, 1400, 1300 meters per second left on this stage to get to Minmus, which should be plenty. Alright, apoapsis is starting to increase and get away from us, which is a good sign that we're getting close. Let's see periapsis show up. You can see the trajectory of our orbit is starting to wrap around the planet. There we go. 40, 50, 60, 70. Alright, so that is a pretty nicely circularized orbit. We'll go ahead and take this opportunity to deploy all of our flight hardware. So our solar panels, get those deployed. Our antenna, we'll get that deployed. Can I have the orbit parameters visible? You mean these guys right here? There you go. Alright, so we are in orbit. And here is all the satellites my vessel is talking to, which is pretty cool. So we have a data link to Minmus, which is fun. We might want to sit in orbit for a little bit, though. Because I can set this as the target. Well, we might have a shot at it right here. Because it is crossing the plane. 837 meters per second. 900. Should be a little over 900 to get to Minmus. There we go. Let's focus view. Alright, I want to look at Miss Periapsis. Ah, shoot. Look at Miss Periapsis. There we go. We're going to tweak our orbital node here, or maneuver node here. Let's go to the graphical interface. That's better. Right about there looks good. Get just a little closer. There we go. There we go. So I'm just changing the time of our burn, and right about there looks nominal. 923.7 meters per second. We have 1,500 left on this stage, so this upper stage will be able to get us to Minmus and capture us at Minmus, which leaves the lander to do the landing and the return, which it will have plenty of fuel to do. That cheetah stage is very, very efficient in vacuum. Let's keep a look at keep an eye on our resources as well. Want to make sure we're not running out of anything. Burn time of 2 minutes. And we'll start now. I try and get if my burn time is 2 minutes and my node is 1 minute away, I try to start the burn at about half the burn time before I reach the node. So I do half the burn before I hit the node, half the burn after I've passed the node. It's not exact, because obviously the amount that I'm accelerating increases as I burn fuel. My force is constant, my mass decreases, my acceleration increases. So my thrust weight ratio, my acceleration are different before and after the node. You could calculate and compensate for that, but it's not really necessary. There's just going to be a little bit of error, and if you do an approximation, account for some error, and then you'll be fine. So our vessel is burning. We've got another minute and 9 seconds left on this burn. This is a long burn. Then we can look at the crew of our intrepid Minmus Ranger 2. Debris sitting in the pilot seat front there. Matt Dorf sitting on the right-hand side, and Bob sitting on the left-hand side. We really do need another scientist, probably. We have one scientist on the Orbital Lab, somewhere in near Earth or near Kerbin orbit. But Bob is really the only scientist that does missions right now. Maybe Eileen will be a scientist, and then we can have 3. Right now we have 2 scientists, 2 engineers, 2 pilots. But really I'd like to expand our roster more, and the easiest way to do that is to rescue them and to take those missions when you get them. So here's an interesting thing. We lost comm signal. We went over the horizon from that last comm station, so now I'm using the Polsat 3 relay satellite to bounce a signal across the other side of the planet, which I always find interesting how Kerbal Space Program models communication paths. I just find it fun. Just a fun mechanic in the game. We are a little short from that burn, probably just due to some errors with the computation of it. But that's okay, because I can do it manually. We're going to put a thrust limiter on this cheetah. And I'm just going to manually adjust from here. .41's probably good enough. So we will leave it at that. Now, I'm going to take a bunch of data because the last mission of the last live stream, we did a mission to the moon, and we totally biffed it. We accidentally did not bring any of our surface samples or science back. Do I have any mods installed? Yes, I do have mods installed. I can get a full mod list posted. I installed these a while ago, so I don't remember off the top of the dome what is on here right now. But I do have the FTL mod that does a major expansion to the tech tree. And adds just a ton of new features and stuff to the late game, and that's kind of what I'm building towards. I will post a mod list at some point, and you guys can see it. Another good mod list that's pretty close to what I'm using, Scott Manley did a KSP series using a similar set of mods, so you can look at that one as well. I'm pretty sure he has already posted his. Okay, we are in flight. And what was I going to do? That's right, crew reports. I want to do crew reports in high Kerbin orbit. We've already done this. We've already done all this science, right? But what I'm doing is I'm collecting this for our Orbital Lab, because we can reprocess everything we've already done and give it to the Orbital Lab and have them go over it. And what I can do is I can extend this ladder down, and this should cover the experiments bay of the lander. And then we can have Bob grab the ladder. Well, he's upside down, but that's okay. Collect, restore, take, and do an EVA report. We'll have him get back in. There we go. So we've loaded up our lander. Does the lab have to be orbital? No, it doesn't. But here's the thing. When you're processing like... How to explain this? Most of the science is beyond Kerbin, right? Most of the high-value science is not on the surface of Kerbin. It's way out there in space. It is easier to rendezvous a spacecraft with an orbital station than it is to return a spacecraft to Kerbin and land it close enough to the orbital lab that I can transfer the stuff over to it, which is generally my thought process. So there's our ship leaving low Kerbin orbit. We're going to head up to Minmus. I would like to see, there is the potential we do a intercept with the moon on the way back. If we could try and work that out, I think that would be cool. Cool opportunity. We do have ground stations deployed on Minmus and the moon that are both bringing in some science passively while we go. And we're about to build another Minmus station here. We're going to do the same batch of experiments I just did. So starting with a crew report. Oh, cancel. Never mind. We'll end with the crew report. Let's start with our temperature, our pressure, our mystery goo, material study. Have Bob do another EVA report. We'll take that data, collect data, restore, collect data, restore, take all the data, store experiments, and I really wish he would just grab. You could do it, buddy. I guess his arms are too short. It's fine. It's fine. We can use the jetpack to get that last little bit. Now we can do a crew report, and we'll keep that. We'll have Bob EVA take data and board again. There we go. Alright, I'm going to burn my engines now. We're going to lower periaps. Oh. I was like, man, why is my thrust so low? That's why. I'm not going to bring it up to 100%. I do kind of want the limiter on there still, but we'll bring it up to 80%. Bring it down to like 20,000 meters. Why don't you bring the lab to the science? The lab is heavy. It's heavy. It weighs a lot of weight, which makes it difficult to move around. So I put it in the low Kerbin orbit, which is as far as I really wanted to put it. And it's going to stay there. It's just going to stay in low Kerbin orbit. Alright, I'm going to fully disable that thrust limiter. And light it. So this will be our Minmus capture. And we will have plenty of fuel on this stage. We're going to make a couple of passes. One thing I'm going to do is we're going to do some crew reports again. In space near Kerbin, or near Minmus, that's great. And let's do pressure data, temperature data, mystery goo, material study. We'll have Bob, our scientist, EVA once more. Have him reset the experiments, collect all the data, perform an EVA report, all that jazz. Yes, we did high min. As soon as we got in Minmus Sphere of Influence, we did the high Minmus batch. Good question. Great question. That is the kind of backup I like to get from Mission Control. You guys are my Mission Control. You're here to back me up and give me technical advice, because I need it sometimes. And I want you guys to feel involved in the process, you know? Alright, there we go. Let's retract the lander leg, or the lander ladder. We don't need that anymore. So we're over the Midlands right now. I don't think I've ever gone to the Minmus Highlands yet. I want to try. Can I get an EVA report from the Highlands, please? That's the lowlands. Maybe from the lesser flats here. Oh, Great Flats. Ooh, we haven't done this one yet. Okay, keep board. Review, science, transmit. We'll keep everything else. Nice, we got ourselves a little pocket of science right there we haven't discovered yet. So I guess this is the greater flat. And we were probably back in high Minimus orbit up here. Direct ascent. Yeah, this lander, Minimus is easy to do a direct ascent from. The moon is trickier. There's just so little mass and orbital velocity is so low that it's cheap enough to just go for the direct ascent. Another great question from Jabubovic. Very, very insightful technical question you had there. Let's see. Are there any others? Probably Minimus poles. We're going to be coming up on the poles here soon. Yeah, keep that. I don't know where the Minimus Highlands are, I'll be honest. And I'm, at this point, too afraid to ask. Is that the Highland right there? Are they like the mountains over here? I don't know. That's the pole again. Really, we're just buying time and doing some observations in orbit while we wait for our landing site to come below us. Okay, that experiment was a repeat. Okay, we should be over a lesser flats. Just above Minimus flats. Do another EVA report. Keep. Let me switch over to the module. Transmit that one. We're going to keep another copy. So we've got 2 copies of the same observation. One's transmitted back. The other one we're going to send to the lab. Okay. That's about it as far as observations that I wanted to do. Let's prep for our descent. So we need to go west. Yeah. So we'll use stability assist. And I want to put northeast, I guess. Yeah, okay. That's probably good enough, and then let's go retrograde the rest of the way. We're going to expend... Oh, too far, too far. That's fine. We're going to expend as much fuel off this stage as possible to get our landing lined up. I'm going to activate navigation to one of these zones. That should be good. So we'll go ahead and ditch our boost sage. And we're going to take it down the rest of the way just with the lander. So that's our lander setup. Let's time warp a little bit here. It's got a 26 thrust to weight ratio, so I can pretty much stop it on a dime. Which is great. Oh, that's programmed. Let's flip this around, shall we? Whoopsies, I'm accelerating towards the ground again. There we go. Alright, so we should be approaching the landing zones now. And I want to burn east. Okay. Making a course correction to try and fly towards our target zones. Limit the thrusters a bit for landing. Yeah, I will, but I want to get all the velocity killed off first and just get on course. I'm actually pretty good at controlling it, but it's not a bad idea. Let's put an 80% cap on it just to make it a little less sensitive here. Let's also go to AGL. And we should be coming down right in the middle of those temperature survey areas, which is good. Okay. Down to 30 meters per second, and we're drifting. Do I have quick saves? I do. I'm not going to quick save for this landing because I'm not worried about it. I quick save before I land airplanes because those scare me. But I have practiced landing, like, landers on planets so many times in this and other space sim games, and I have gotten it down to a science. I can also, if I panic, I could just kill all velocity with this engine. But we're not going to panic because I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional, alright? Professionals have standards. Let's go ahead and rotate us a little bit. And we are right next to one of the zones for the temperature survey. So our choice of landing zone and our adjustment there was actually perfect. Because we're just outside of one of the areas. And I'm going to go stability assist will kill the lateral velocity here. But not too much. I still want some downward velocity, please. Okay, there we go. That's lateral velocity down. 4, 3, 2, 1.5. Touchdown. And we are on the ground. Look at that. We've got 18,000 or 1,800 meters per second of delta V to get back. That's plenty of delta V to get back. And B, Dolan W is back as well. All right, we've got our full mission control lineup. Excellent. All right, we're on the surface of Minmus. You missed us getting to Minmus, and I will give you a rundown of the science we collected. All right, you ready? Here we go. And that's it. So, that's all you've missed. All right, let's get to work. So we're on the ground. We've got 3 temperature sites nearby the lander. Let's start by getting Debris out. Debris is going to plant the flag. And I'm not going to be able to climb up as easily, but climbing down with these ladders is nice. Not too hard. It is a tall... it's a tall lander. Let's go ahead and come over here. We'll have Debris plant the flag. We'll call this Minmus Landing Site Bravo. Debris, Matt Dorf, and Bill Herman ventured to Minmus in search of the mint ice cream, but instead just found methane ice and silicates. Disappointing. That's our flag planted. Switch back over here. We're going to pull out our engineer, Matt Dorf. Climb down. There we go. Climb all the way down. And we probably have the Delta V. Yeah, I think we have the Delta V to make one hop. So we'll do that as well. We'll have Matt Dorf prep the photovoltaic panels for our Minmus Outpost 2. And then we'll go to Bob, not Bill, but Bob Kerman. We'll have him EVA. And we'll go ahead and take pressure data, log temperature data, keep that. Conduct materials study. Ooh, I kind of want to transmit and process that. Just keep it for now. Observe the mystery goo. And keep that one. Finish her climbing down. We'll have him restore the experiments before we get back going here. We'll do our EVA report, Minmus Lowlands, for another 24 science. And we will take a surface sample for 90 science. Dang. Let's have him deploy the goo experiment. We'll just set that there. And then the experiment control station can go next. And we'll place that kind of next to it. Whoa, too far, too far. Place it like right there. Okay. That is the first batch of science done. We'll go ahead and give him his jetpack back. But I have a second container over here with EVA science. We remember this time. I think I've already done EVA science on Minmus, but that's fine because this one is going to the lab. We'll do our EVA science experiment, which entails hitting a golf ball into orbit. 3, 2, 1, boo! And it's gone. We'll keep this. Yeah, keep that. Sweet. Alright, the only other thing I can think to go after... Oh, it's right there. Ooh, it's right there. Bob, go after it. I see the green sandstone. It's close, too, which is convenient. There's a second one over there. Now, we've already completed 3 contracts. We've transmitted science from the surface of Minmus. So we've completed that. We've planted a flag on Minmus. We've completed that. And our experiment on the moon has transmitted some science as well. Go after a screenshot. Yeah, we can do it. We'll do a screenshot, probably. I need another thumbnail for my next live stream, so... Oh, too far, too far. Come back, come back. Pick up green sandstone. There we go. And we've already picked one up, but this one again is going to the Orbital Lab. So let's bounce. And actually, instead of going towards the landing site, let's complete the contract by doing these temperature surveys. Oh, we need the lander to do the temperature surveys. Okay, disregard. Back to the landing site. Overshot, 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 overshot. Bounce, roll, bounce. Bob, so Bob's not a pilot, right? Bob's a scientist. And scientists, you know, they're very smart and they're great at poking the goo and seeing what makes it angry and what makes it happy. And all such science things that the Kerbal scientists do. But piloting a jetpack suit, not in the wheelhouse of scientists. So he's, you know, he's struggling a little bit here. We've collected just about everything we can from this site, so I'm going to go ahead and have him get back in the lander. We do have some repair kits if we need them, but we don't really need them. Looks like we're doing just fine. Put the science kit back. We'll restore these experiments. Collect data and restore. Collect data and restore. Take data. board. There we go. Alright, we'll get everyone back in the lander. Get on the lander. There we go. Now we're climbing up. Okay, let's get Matt Dorf, the engineer, back in. And have him board. And then Debris, our mission commander and mission pilot, who is still admiring the inscription she wrote on the flag. Very focused on that, not focused on anything else right now. There we go. Now she can climb up. So we have actually already completed one. We landed inside one of the temperature zones, which is great. We just need to go to the other two. And these are all, like... These temperature zones are all, like, in the immediate area. So it's not going to cost us a lot of fuel to do this. So we'll do these couple of hops. This is just for the mission. And we are going to retract our ladder for this. Now, the first one... Where is the first one? Where is it? It's somewhere here. I have to point at it with the nav ball. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's right. It's right there. Only a couple 100 meters away. It would actually, if we had like a rover or some way to move this on the ground, that would probably be the more efficient way to do it. But since we don't, we'll just have to, you know, do it the old-fashioned way and fly there. Fly the extremely long distance. Literally just 100 or so meters away. It's fine. It really is not that big of a deal. Moving around on Minmus like this takes pennies on the dollar when it comes to your fuel budget. Okay, can I take the temperature survey? That's it. Alright, we'll transmit that one, because we already have a temperature survey saved. And then our next one is northwest, it looks like. Yes. Flip the spacecraft around. Debris is getting a chance to demonstrate her piloting skills. She's doing a great job of it. Being able to flip the lander and make these quick, short landings in rapid succession. Really demonstrating her talent and value as a team member here. And that's it. Alright, so we've done the 3 temperature surveys. That completes 4 contracts in one go. This mission is going much smoother than our previous mission went. So this was our original landing site, Proton Experiment Control Station over here. We have not landed in the flats to the south, so that's where we're going to go next. We'll go ahead and full burn on the engine here. And get us going. Can't really time accelerate because of how low we are, which is fine. So we're just going to coast for a second. Over this hill. And then that'll put us on the flats. And I want to try and get it right on the edge of the flats, because there's actually 2 biomes. As far as I understand, there's the slopes, There's the lowlands, the slopes, and the flats. And if I can get right there, on the edge of the flats, then we can do stuff on the flats, and I can send, you know, one of the Kerbals over here to collect surface samples on the slopes as well. Maybe we get the lander to land on the slopes. It's a little tricky. But we'll see how frosty Debris Kerbin is feeling, if she is going to be able to make that landing. Okay, so we're coming up on it now. We're over the slopes, I believe, so we can do an EVA real quick and confirm that. That's still lowlands, 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 lowlands. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Maybe this is just lowlands. I thought there was the slopes. Maybe this isn't a slope. Maybe this is too shallow. Oh well. We'll still go for it. Go ahead and lock us retrograde for the rest of this burn down. And we're going to fall. It's going to take a little bit of time just because we're going to have to fall for a while. Minmus is easy to move around, but it is slow. The force of gravity is weak here, so everything is small scale and slow. Let's just kill the last of our lateral velocity here. There we go. Now we're just falling. 850 meters, 13 meters per second. About a minute. A little less than a minute as we accelerate plus our deceleration. Till we hit the surface. We'll do one more stop here, and then it's time to leave. We're at 15,000, which is still enough to get to get from Minmus to Kerbin, but we're getting to the end of our Delta V budget here. I'm going to try and gravity slam this. Ready? Ah, it's too early. Dang it. Still too early, dang it. That's fine. We got touchdown just fine. We'll do our material study. That's another good one. Observe mystery goo. It's another good one. Log pressure data. It's a good one. Log temperature data. It's a good one. Do a crew report. Oh, don't overwrite though. Hold on, let's extend the ladder and have Bob get out here. Bob, you can step out and climb down here. EVA report. Greater flats, nice. Log, or take the data from all these experiments and reset them. Some of this we're going to transmit now. Some of this we're going to keep on board. Extend the second ladder. Let's let that get down. There we go. All the way we go. Drop. Ouch. Okay. Take a surface sample. Great. And Bob, you've already planted a flag on Minmus, so you're not going to plant the flag this time. Instead, let's have Debris planted a flag, so we're going to have Mattdorf plant the flag here. Boop, there we go. And he can climb down the lander now. It is a long ladder. Bob did not get out of the way, so Matt Dwarf is going to climb down Bob. I didn't know you would do that. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Matt Dwarf, you can plant the flag. We'll call this the Minmus Sea of Tranquility. Minmus Sea of Tranquility. Matt Dwarf. Herman looks out to the endless stretching horizon of light blue-green, wondering if Bob was really right when he said it wasn't mint ice cream. Nice. All right, so he's planted a flag. That's good for his experience because he's orbited around the Kerbin, orbited around the moon. At the end of this, he will have orbited Minmus and planted a flag on Minmus, which will bump him up to level 2. And let's get Debris in. And then actually we'll get her in and out and back in because the order you seat them is the order they'll sit down. First person in takes the pilot chair, so I'm going to shuffle my seats real quick. We'll let Matt Dwarf get in now. And he's just going to use his jetpack to flex on Bob and his lack of jetpack skills. Matt Dwarf just uses the jetpack to get up there. Should we go for the screenshot now, since we've got everything all set up for it? There we go. That's a good screenshot right there. Hold on. Let me get my screenshot out. Yeah, Bob, smile for the camera. Perfect. Okay. Good screenshot. Let's get him in. We're going to do two things. We're going to transmit a lot of the science we just collected. And then we're going to rerun a bunch of those experiments for the lab. So we'll get to double dip a little bit here. Because we're trying to eke out the maximum amount of science we can from these experiments. So first, we board with all of our experiments that Bob has on him. We'll review data. Goo from the Greater Flats, transmit. Keep. Keep all of this. We'll keep the surface sample because I'm not going to be able to do that again. We'll transmit that one. We'll keep that one. Keep that one. Keep that one. Surface sample from Minmus Greater Flats. Keep that one. Here we go. EVA report from Minmus Greater Flats. Transmit. Atmospheric pressure scan from Minmus Greater Flats. Transmit. Temperature scan from Greater Flats. Transmit. Material study from Greater Flats. Transmit. Let's look at our electric charge. We should be able to get all of those uploaded without issue. Yeah. And we have 286 science saved up. Great. Now we're going to get back out. We're going to recollect those reports. And these ones will go to the lab. So log pressure data, keep, take. Log temperature data, keep, take. Conduct material science study, keep, collect and restore, and then observe the mystery goo, keep, collect and restore. So we've transmitted that science off. We've also rerun those experiments again. And when we re-rendezvous, we'll have that to give to the station. All right, so we've done all the science that there really is for this mission. We've got our surface samples. We've got our reports and everything in line. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. Surface sample. Yeah, okay, we got them all. Did not want to lose out on anything. We're not going to do the Explore the Moon contract right now. Right now, we're going to get into orbit. So, everyone's on board. Light the engine. Point us east. We'll begin accelerating. Up to about 15 kilometer orbit here. And once we're high enough, we can start time accelerating. In the meantime, let's retract the landing gear. That can all tuck in. Keep the solar panels out, and we'll rotate to get the maximum electrical charge from the sun there. There we go. Our lander actually does look pretty nice. I do like the look of it. And it has served us well. I mean, we took this to the moon before, slightly different. I had a 1.25 meter diameter fuel tank instead of the 1.875. So this engine configuration gives me a lot more fuel to work with, which is better. Are we going to meet up with the lab? Yes. We are heading to the lab. So the lab is low Kerbin orbit way down here. We got to get back to them. And I think the easiest way to do that is just going to be a direct escape trajectory. Don't even need a burn node for this because I already know what I'm doing. We lined this up with this launch location so that my escape right here takes me into a return path. Pre-planned. It's all right there. We will warp. Please let me warp. Why won't you let me warp? There we go. Come on. I'm on an escape trajectory. Just let me go. There we go. Okay, we'll burn retrograde. I need to get to 150,000 meters. Or, yeah, 150,000 meters, 150 kilometer orbit. Got 1,000 meters per second of delta V left. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll be able to rendezvous. We'll be a little close. We are going to get a moon flyby. I say we go for the moon flyby. We're about to catch that, and that'll also help bleed off some energy by doing this. This is kind of a reverse gravity assist, or gravity desist. We're decelerating with gravity here. Very narrow catch along the edge of the moon. Right there. But it will give Mattdorf's orbited the moon. Okay, they've all orbited the moon. Periapsis after the moon 443. Yeah, because we're only catching the tail end of this, right? So it doesn't do a whole lot to our orbit. It lowered our apoapsis a good chunk, but that's about it. But since we're here, let's conduct material science study. High over the moon. Observe mystery goo. We're going to do a couple of these kind of things while we're up here in high lunar orbit. Log pressure data, log temperature data, keep all that. And we can collect these and add them to the research pool at our orbital lab. Alright, Bob can get back into the pod. And we've done our moon flyby. Now I'm going to burn retrograde a little bit longer here. This is reducing both apoapsis and periapsis. We're at 997 meters per second of delta V. That's Research Station Omega right there. Okay, so we'll come down to periapsis. (930 meters per second). Yeah, we'll have enough. But it'll be close. I need about 20 or 30. Holy cow, we are 56 viewers. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. I wasn't expecting so many people to be joining us today. This is a far more casual experience. But if you are here and watching, hello and welcome. We are getting some Kerbals back from Minmus. Is what we're trying to do. If we may botch this. Hold on. Let's do a little calculation, right? How much delta V is it going to cost me to circularize? 260. 260. I've got 403, so that leaves me a little bit over 150 left over to work with from there. Is that enough to deorbit? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's enough to let me deorbit, but only barely. Only barely. So all I'm saying is that we're cutting the margins on this really close. And I also have to I don't just have to lower my orbit. I need to rendezvous with the station. So we're now in hard mode of orbital mechanics, right? We need to be very careful about how we do this. That's the station right there. Let's go ahead and finish our circularization. Like, we're going to have to finish circularization to re-enter anyway. And really, like, at any point, we can decide, okay, you know, we're not going to be able to make the rendezvous. Let's just land. We did all the contracts. We could, but I don't love the idea of the extra mission. I would like to be able to do it in one go if possible. The other thing we could do is we could get a close enough rendezvous and then send Bob over, right? Let's take a look at Bob. Bob's over here. He's a scientist. He likes science. We could send him to the laboratory with the science, and we just need to get a close enough intercept for that. Our orbits are close. Let's start time warping and look at what our best, you know, intercept's going to be. And you're going to watch as these dials get closer and closer. So the two pink ones and the two orange ones. Eventually, they're going to sync up. But we may have to do a correction burn here. Ah, we're way off axis. Okay. Shoots, brothers. This is going to be... We may have to do a shuttle. Yeah, I get that. Nah, that's just not gonna work. Man, that min-miss return is tricky. Okay, you know what? Jebubovic was right. We may have to do a rendezvous to make this work. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go to the Space Center. We've got a ship with the Delta V margins pre-designed to do this kind of operation, right? It's already It's already equipped to do this kind of stuff. It's the rescue ship. We've already got a rescue contract. Let's kill 3 birds with 1 really large rocket. This isn't mission planning oversight. This is simply new challenges that we're having to deal with. All right, let's not start bandying about terms here. Let's save this rocket design. Rescue. I don't think it was that one. It was something else. That one doesn't look right. KSP Lunar Rescue? No. That's the one I sent to the moon to pull those guys off the moon. Low Kerbin Orbit Rescue. Here we go. Okay, so this rocket, real simple design, but it's got a lot of fuel on board. It's got that cheetah with a, upper stage tank that'll really take it far. And it's got Jebediah piloting it, so you know it's going to be good. Yeah, we're going to launch this bad boy. So we've got Eileen up there. She's stranded for real. We can rendezvous with Eileen. We get her, bring her into the pod. We rendezvous with Minmus Ranger, which will take a plane change. We take the science data, rendezvous with the station, drop off the science data, return everyone to the surface, call it a day. Let's go ahead and launch this. Where's Eileen? That's Debris pod. Eileen's shipwreck. There she is. We'll actually wait for her to come around to make the orbital rendezvous faster. Okay, so there's Eileen's shipwreck and launch. We'll go ahead and keep it on like a 3 times time acceleration here. Well, yeah, this ship can land on Kerbin just fine. The Minmus Ranger is designed to land on Kerbin just fine. That I'm not too worried about. We just need a ship to get the science from one place to another. Right? And that's just information. That's just data. We don't even need to dock. We just need to get a rendezvous, hop out, walk over, knock on the door. Hey, I've got a package for you. It's a bunch of data. Hand it over to the station, walk back, land. It's very, very cut and dry like that. Let's make some changes here. Okay, so we are on intercept. We're going to be slightly behind, so I'm going to end my orbit a little slow. I'm not going to do a quick save. We're fine. This is not the kind of thing we need a quick save for. There are things we need quick saves for. This isn't one. It seems we are off axis by quite a bit. Let's start by trying to just adjust this a little bit. We'll keep it there. Go prograde again. Alright, let's get into orbit. I'm not going to forget the data this time. It's literally the only thing I'm doing. I'm not going to forget it. But I appreciate you bringing that back up, because I definitely am not sore about that anymore. And it definitely wasn't embarrassing when we left all the research and scientific data in a lander and then crashed the lander in the moon and then left. Get to the end like, hey, you grabbed the data from the lander, right? What data? Alright. And... close enough. Okay, so let's start looking at our intercept with Eileen here. We are off axis. We're going to need to do a plane change. Well, I'm doing Eileen first. I'm going to get Eileen, and then I'm going to rendezvous with Minmus Ranger, and then I'm going to rendezvous. So I've got 3 different ships that I need to make rendezvous with. But first things first, let's get rid of some of the clutter. I'm going to get rid of all these relays, probes. There we go. Now we can just focus on what we want to focus on. So I'm going to wait till the ascending node. We're going to go anti-normal. And on the ascending node, I'm going to do the plane change burn. Here we are. And you can watch that blue orbit line get in line with the green orbit line of the target. Now we are behind, but we are also under. So if you see our blue orbit is inside. Uh-oh, we're going to cut through the atmosphere. Wait, abort. Radio out. There we go. Woohoo! We were gonna skim the atmosphere a little bit. We were cutting it a little too close. What's periapsis? Periapsis is outside of the atmosphere. We're fine. Why can't I time warp faster, game? Ah! I need to go faster. All right, this might take a second. So this is our intersect 1. Separation 52 kilometers. Intercept 2. All right, so here we go. Let's lock prograde for a second. So intersect 2, we overtake them, right? And so by burning my engines here, I'm going to raise my orbit, which actually slows us down. .6. Let's go radial out. We have so little margin here. Okay, I can't get any closer without going back to the atmosphere. So we're going to have to wait until we're on this side by our apoapsis. This is the trick with such a low rendezvous is I'm up against the wall of the atmosphere. Now we go radial out. And we burn to intercept. So 5.5, 5.4, 4.9, 4.7, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6. Okay. Let's try a retrograde burn. See where that gets us. No. I understand that I can go to a target frame of reference, but that target frame of reference is not going to help me when my intercept is on the other side of the planet. That's the thing. But we can wait until we get a little closer here. And now I can switch to a target frame of reference, right? We're going to brute force it from this point forward. So I'm going to point past my target. All right, what intercept is that by me? 0.3. There we go. Oh, shoot. Fuck. Die. All right. Well, that was unfortunate. We blew right past the closest point of approach. So now we're going to have to burn in the other direction, everybody. Whoopee. Okay, our prograde vector is on the velocity of the target, and we're going to not time warp as fast. This is 0.1. This is perfect. We still have 1,200 meters per second of delta V, which is plenty for these operations. Let's go retrograde. And I'm going to adjust to be on target here. We'll enter a spin. Do a spin move. People love the spin move. There we go. Barreling end over end towards the target. Okay, we're no longer actually making progress here. There we go. Alright, final approach. Let's turn the lights on, shall we? Jebediah is over here, very excited to meet his new team member, Eileen. Eileen, very excited to no longer be stranded in space. Win-win for everybody here. Let's get a little bit closer. A little bit closer. That's close enough. All right, we're going to switch over to Eileen's pod. Eileen Kerbin, another pilot. Woo! We got another pilot, everybody. It's 3 pilots. So I've saved Eileen. But now we've got to get her back on the planet. She's in the pod. All right. So step 1 is complete. We have Eileen. Let's go find our next target, right? So we've got Research Station Omega, but before we go to that, we have to go to Minmus Ranger 2 with a periapsis of 144 and an apoapsis of 150. So the way we're going to do this, try and match the orbit first, and then we'll work on the rendezvous. But let's get our apoapsis. We'll raise to our periapsis first. Three, 4, 5. Oh, what am I doing? Orbit. Orbital frame of reference, you dunce. Orbital frame of reference, you nincompoop. Get those lined back up. Alright, so that's 144 and 123. 144, 128, 129, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 39, 41, 42, 4. There we go. Okay. So we've matched our periapsis, which is good. So we'll swing around here. Now, the target is way behind us, so we want to go slower than the target and let them catch up to us. And the way we're going to do that is by extending our orbit out past them. We're also going to go normal, because we're at the ascending node right here. Oh, no, anti-normal. I always pick the wrong one. 50, 50, 90. I literally always pick the wrong plane change node here. And it's too late. We're already past the node, so it's fine. We'll go normal now on the other side. Every time I make the same mistake. Now, these plane change maneuvers, man, they're expensive. That's where our fuel cost is going right here. Okay. That's close enough for alignment. Now we wait for them to catch up to us. Let's get ready to burn retrograde. I mean, they are way back there, so it might take a couple of revolutions. Yep. Okay, we can see these 2 orange markers are getting close together, so we are, in fact, closing the distance here. We'll do one more pass, and then we'll probably have to adjust. Dare I ask what happened to Eileen? You know what? Look, there are other space programs out there on the planet Kerbin. Mine just happens to have the highest track record of success. And that's saying something, alright? Because we've already killed somebody. Oh, is it perfect? Is it perfect? It's very close to perfect. That is a nigh perfect intercept. Just a little bit off in the actual spacing, but we can fix that. It looks like it's off by 4 kilometers. Okay. Let's lock normal, and then at the descending node, we'll make that correction. That's a really good intercept for just the rough approach. Let's refine it here. So I'm going to point normal. 4.3, 1, 3.9, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, 3, 2.9. Okay, 3.9 is about as good as it's going to get. And we'll go radial in, because I think I'm on the outside of the racetrack here. Yeah, 2.6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good enough. All right, target retrograde. And we're going to make an adjustment burn right here using our target frame of reference. I'm going to push my retrograde over to it. There we go. So now we have a 0.1 kilometer intercept with the Minmus Ranger. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, we're opening range. Okay, nice little gentle burn here. Let's switch to RCS here. Docking mode. Shut down this engine. We're going to use RCS thrusters to close this gap a little bit. Save on fuel. Okay. 500 meters in closing. 400 meters in closing. Decelerate to 3 meters per second. And there's Minmus Ranger. Keep burning that monoprop. And then we're just going to drift up to it. Nice and steady. Nice and easy. A little bit closer. We can really get nice and close with this. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now going 0 meters per second. Let's have Jebediah get out real quick. He's an expert with the flight suits. And so he can come over here. And we're just going to not steal. We're going to collect the data from the mission, right? We're going to go back to our pod. Oh. Hold on, I got to remember how jetpacks work. There we go. Now we have still quite a bit of fuel left. 617 units of fuel. That's far more than the Ranger had. And we also have RCS, which can give us some couple meters per second of delta V. We have the data. We'll let these guys sit here first. I'm going to finish the rescue mission, then we'll swap back to the Minmus Ranger and bring them home. So let's go target our station. Research Station Omega, right? We need to do the plane change. Let's go anti-normal, since we're hitting the ascending node here. Alright. There's no room on the Minmus lander. The Minmus lander has got 3 guys on it. I would say, yeah, we can move her to save on weight, but there's nowhere to put her. She's staying on this module. But it's okay. We actually do have the fuel for this now. Oh. There we go. Alright, so Minmus Ranger is going off on its inclined orbit. And we have in front of us Research Station Omega. Now, our orbit is inside Research Station Omega's orbit, which is actually preferred here, because that means we are going to close on them. We have a shorter racetrack to run around than they do. And you can see our 2 intercept points are getting closer and closer as we go. 363 meters per second is more than enough to make this happen. Let's just get in there nice and close. Watch as this next intercept changes. Okay, so after this intercept, we will be ahead of them, which means I need to burn retrograde here. Or no. I need to burn prograde here. And we'll watch as this intersect changes. So it goes from 98 kilometers, 77, 60, 50, 40, 30 kilometers, 20, 15, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa! And that's almost a perfect intercept right there. We'll go ahead and follow them for one more trip, and you can see as we take this inner path here, we're kind of, it's like racing on the inside of the racetrack in a car, right? The inner diameter is shorter, so you kind of gain on them here. And then as we come back out, we end up being fairly close to one another. Where is the station? There she is. Let's go to our target frame of reference. I'm going to line us up retrograde, docking mode enabled, RCS on. We're going to expend RCS thruster fuel here to try and slow us down. Okay, now I'm going to expend real fuel to try and slow us down because that wasn't cutting it. We're going 1.4 meters per second. I'm going to accelerate a little bit towards it. And I have no problem burning all this monopropellant. We have a lot of tanks on board. And anything we burn here now is just extra weight off. Can't the lab Kerbal take the science? Yes, that is the plan. We'll just have Jebediah run it out. But we're not going to dock. We don't need a dock, we just need a rendezvous. And I don't have a docking node attached to this craft. We could dock with it if we wanted to. It's just not necessary for this. Okay, closing in on the station. Lots of monopropellant gas is being expended here, but that's okay. We're pushing our alignment. There we go. Now we're nice and lined up. There's the station. Alright, fire the braking thrusters. Bring us down to 1.5, 1 meter per second here. Slow us down, slow us down. There's the station right there. Look at that. We've done it. Took a couple of steps, took a couple of tweaks, some fast thinking, but we were in fact able to move the science over, rescue a fellow Kerbal. All of this in a day's work for Jebediah, the intrepid explorer himself. I'm going to go ahead and kill all velocity. We'll have Jeb EVA. Take the bounty of data. He'll kick off here. Fly over to the station. We'll have him come and find the ladder right there. All right, he's grabbed onto the ladder. Store experiments. So now the station has all of the experiments from Minmus, plus the stuff we've transmitted back to the Space Center already brings us up to 325 science. Let's get him back on board his space station, or his vehicle. Let's switch over to the space station control, because we have Daphmore Kerbin. She is still loving life. Look at her. Look at her. Look how happy that Kerbal is right there. She is still having an absolute ball. She's been up here for 20 days so far. And seems to have no issues with what her situation is. We're going to start transferring this stuff over, and we can store up to 750 data in the station. Crew reports, EVA reports, temperature scans, atmospheric pressure scans, material studies. Yep. All great, all good stuff. Here's a surface sample that's worth a good chunk on its own. EVA experimental science. We're at 689 out of 750. We'll keep that one. We'll process that one later. Oh, are we going to bump? Hold on. we were going to bump. I'm going to separate these two real quick. Okay. Where were we? Yeah. EVA science. Keep that one. 30 data, that would put us over. Keep. Temperature scans process. We're at 749. Okay, so everything else will keep. So not only do we have a full science load, and we're doing great science at a rate of 5 science per day, which is great. Which means in 100 days, less than 100 days, we'll be ready to transmit. We can actually go ahead and transmit now. We've got our relay antenna set up here. We've transmitted off all the research we're doing. And we can take advantage of the fact that the sun is shining on our solar panels. We may need to attach more solar panels to keep this thing charged up. Anyway, we've gotten that off. And she's going to continue doing science. And look, we're already at 0.832 science on board, as Daphmore continues to conduct experiments. So she's doing a great job, and we should all be very proud of her efforts. Let's go ahead and prep for re-entry here. We're locked retrograde. I'm not going to be picky about landing zones. We've got 340 meters per second of delta V here, so we're going to use them. And I just want to land somewhere in this ocean. So let's get that right about there. That is all of our fuel depleted. Switch out of docking mode. Detach. And we will fall back to the surface. Jebediah and Eileen Kerman are on the move back to the surface of Kerbin. Look at them in their little Mark II cockpit. It's kind of roomy, actually. You've got a decent amount of space here, and we got snack storage and batteries below. I feel like you could probably use this space a little bit more, but you know, who am I to judge? I'm not a rocket designer. I'm just a rocket designer. But yeah, they're looking nice and happy in there. And we can enjoy the view of re-entry from their perspective. And I'll look at my radar altimeter for when to deploy our chute. But we can watch our orbital velocity come down here. Surface velocity is coming down here. And once this needle starts to move, pop the chute here. Chute's deployed. We can see it out there. There's our parachute fully deployed. Good job, Eileen. You have successfully recovered yourself on the surface of Kerbin. Now, that's one mission recovery done so far, but we have a second one. We still have Kerbals up there. We've got Matt Dorf, Debris, and Bob. Bill. I always get those two mixed up. They're still in the Minmus Ranger, which needs to come home next. And Eileen is already level 1. Yep, Minmus Lander time. You are correct. So let's go to the tracking station, find our Minmus Lander in orbit, and take control of it. Minmus Ranger 2, there we are. Let's fly them. Now, 150... What Delta V did we have on them? We had like 150 or something on them. Yeah, we had exactly 150. Okay, so here's the dealio, right, gang? Is we need to be very picky about our landing site. I want to land on the water. And 150 is not going to get our orbit all the way down. But it will get our orbit inside the atmosphere where we can get recaptured. So, we're going to start here. And we're going to try and land in this ocean here. Oh, hey, it worked. Look at that. Plenty of fuel. See, we had plenty of fuel, guys. We had plenty of fuel. Literally no reason to worry about that. So there's our lander module. We'll go ahead and turn SAS off. It'll tumble. That's okay. It's allowed to tumble. Okay, now we turn it on. Let's lock it retrograde. Eventually, atmospheric forces will overwhelm, and it won't matter. But I do want to keep it pointed in the right direction anyway. Here comes the heating. So far, so good. We turn SAS off. Kind of locked into this profile. I wonder if the ladder will survive. It might. It could survive. Those explosions you're hearing are the rest of the lander breaking up as it enters the atmosphere. But hey, look, the ladder did in fact survive. That's crazy, guys. Good for it. Good for it. I'm happy that the ladder survived. Of all the things that made it back on this, the ladder making it back is huge. That's a huge win for us. 2 shoots. 1 open. And we are coming down. You can see the ocean out there as we come down. Really just that window. That's your only window to look out. And splash down. All right. They've made it. We'll recover them. And that's it. That's all of our Kerbals back on Kerbin. Fingers and toes accounted for. Science on the laboratory. Contracts completed. Money in my bank account. Which is, that's really what we're here for, is the money in my bank account. And we're doing great. We're doing great. We're doing much better so far today than we were yesterday. We have 342 science. Debris and Matt Dorf for level 2. That's awesome for them. Let's see what we can get with 342 science. We can get scanning tech. And I think that's what we're going to go for. Our other options, we have the seismometer, the magnetometer, and these other communitrons. We also have the communitron array here and the passive seismometer. These are tempting as well. And this also gives us the communications hardware for long distance missions, right? Because eventually we're going to need to make a mission for Eve, and we're going to need to make a mission for Duna, and all of that jazz. So I'm thinking about that as well. I don't know. I'm actually torn between those two. We'll hold off on supersonic flight. We'll hold off on actuators. The nuclear engine is just so expensive. It's not worth it right now. We will eventually get to a point where we can use this or where it will make sense. But honestly, I would rather skip that and go to the like improved nuclear engines. Vice starting out with those basic ones. There's also some other cool stuff in here. The vector liquid fueled engine, which this is for like a shuttle basically. The aluminum hybrid rocket engine is really cool because we can do some ISRU work with this. There's also ion propulsion here. So resistojets are a thing, and then we get to ion propulsion up here, which that'll make the long range stuff a lot easier. But yeah, first we're not going to do that right now. Right now, I think we go electronics. So we're going to take that. Our next mission, you ask. Well, we've got a whole lot of contracts coming up, right? Let's see what let's just take a look at what's available. There's the Kalinia orbit around Eve. This pays out a lot. We've got a Kerbal stranded in orbit around the moon, and we've got a Kerbal stranded on the surface of the moon. So we could do both of these contracts. Actually, yeah, we're going to do both of these. We've got 2 Kerbals that need rescued. We also have a contract to dock 2 vessels in orbit around the moon. So there's an option for that as well. But I want to do, now that we have that new tech node we just unlocked, we've got the long-range communications satellites that we need to do a mission to Eve. And a Kolinia, I'm bad with my Russian pronunciations. This orbit around Eve is something we could absolutely do. We'll take this. So, Apollo-style moon rescue? We'll see. I don't think it'll be Apollo-style because there's 3 contracts I want to do. 1 orbital rescue, 1 ground rescue, and I want to dock 2 vessels that I apparently have to launch separately as all part of one mission. That's the order for the day. But before we get to that, I want to build this deep space probe. It can do all. It can, but we need to launch 2 vehicles separately to get the docking mission. Because remember, last live stream, we did an Apollo-style mission where we did, in fact, dock 2 vessels in orbit. But because they were launched at the same time, I think it counted it as 1 vessel, and it didn't give me the contract, which I found very frustrating. And it made me angry. So, we're going to design this probe instead. And we're going to put a bunch of science on it. And we're going to send it to Eve. So we're going to give it a barometer. We're going to give it a Sorry, everyone, I had to sneeze real bad. Oh my. We got a barometer, we got a seismometer. We got 3, count them, 3 mystery goos. We're going to give it 3 solar panels. Like so. That looks pretty nice. It's going to need some batteries. It'll probably honestly need more than just that and solar panels too, but we'll see. I guess I could make these bigger. Or I could swap them out for this style. That's not bad looking. I like that. I can get behind that as a design. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm digging it. And then we give it a little engine. We give it the spark. So it's got a 1,000 meters per second of delta V. That might actually not be enough. It might need a bigger fuel tank. Let's go 1 up, shall we? Do we have more efficient light engine? How efficient is the spark? 320, 345, 290, 315. How heavy is this? Well, that's way lighter. Something like that, maybe? I kind of like the symmetry that we were doing, though. So I have 3. The LV1 Ant engines. Because that's 1844 delta V. Okay. What about just a single spark engine? 1796. Yes, that is better for a mass consideration. And then we'll throw a magnetometer boom on this. Just the one. Just the one magnetometer. It can go right there. Or maybe it goes... Oh, no. Not you, not you. Go back. You're fine. Maybe it goes right there. How does that look? I think that looks good for our probe. Retract. Retract. Alright, so that's our probe. Let's couple it. We'll use the 1.5 stack decoupler and a 1.875 meter fairing. To encase it. So that is our probe. Alright, now let's build the rocket itself. We're going to go with the big fuel tank and the cheetah, because I love the cheetah. And that's going to give us a silly amount of delta V right there. Great. And then we're going to need a lot to get it out, right? So let's go 1.8 coupler. And then I kind of want to do the same thing I did earlier. That same booster design. But instead of 3, we'll just do the 2. Like this. 1, 2. Whoops. Come on. Scale that down and rotate these. Like so. And then the Kodiaks were great for that. Nah, it's not quite in line. There we go. External fuel ducts. Put that down there. Put that up there. 8844 meters per second should be enough. And this is actually relatively cheap for a mission. 36,000 total for the rocket and the payload. Is not super expensive, really. And I'm hoping, if I've designed this right, I'm hoping that it will have the performance to really be able to match any mission we do. You know, like, if we wanted to send something to Duna, to Jewel, that this one design would have all the requirements we need. Maybe we do three-way symmetry on it to make it work. So, like, it's already cheap enough. I'm not worried about the budget cost at this point. It's really just a matter of making a template that can do any mission and having the extra fuel. You know, that buys us extra 500 meters per second delta V with those boosters. I think that's worth it. For an additional, that cost us an additional 4,000. But then just to have a templated launch vehicle that can go, oh, we're going to Jewel today? No problem. Launch to Jewel. Oh, we're going to Eve today? No problem. We can just have this thing ready to go. I like the idea of having a kind of one-stop shop booster, so I don't have to design a brand new, unique mission every time I want to go somewhere. I like that. I like that idea. And I like this liquid fuel booster design. It's very Russian. It gives a lot of Soyuz vibes, which I'm down for. Let's do clamshell deploy on, boost that, and give me 3 sides for the fairing. All right, let's save this and let's leave and go to the Space Tracking Center. I think there's a Kerbal alarm clock. I want to actually see, though, what our timeline is to get to Eve. Like, are we in a transfer window? Because the mission is popping up implying that we are in a transfer window, but I don't know if that's accurate or not, you know? I thought I had a Kerbin alarm clock set up. Maybe I don't. Could we hit that? Let's try. You know what? We'll do a revertible flight. This will just be a trial flight, just to see if we actually do have a window, and if not, that's fine. We can wait. But let's launch this probe as we have it. KSP interplanetary probe. Launch. And it should have the comms range with that big antenna. That's a big antenna on it. I think it'll have the reach. If not, I actually don't know how to get a probe to a different planet, and we're SOL. All right, SAS, engines. Wait. Aha. There we go. Check your staging, everybody. Check your staging. All right, we're up. The rocket is in flight, and this will give us a nice little, not a Korolev cross per se, because we only have 3 boosters, but it will be a nice little separation pattern that I've really come to enjoy. Let's go ahead and lock prograde. And keep my thrust weight ratio at about a 1.5 for this. 1.5 should do us well. We can go time accelerate. It's fine. having issues. We're having issues. Alright, booster separation, full throttle. There we go. Alright. Back on track. We're pitched down a little too much. Let's try and climb a little bit more. 3750 meters per second is a crazy amount of delta V to have, though. So I'm not worried about fuel on this mission. We over engineered the launcher here. Okay. There we go. We're back on our nominal launch trajectory. Everything's looking good so far. Go ahead and really run the engines to the max here. Apoapsis is at 80. Go ahead and drop the fairing. Light the next stage. Push it away. And our apoapsis is now 93. Go ahead and time warp over to it. We'll do our circularization burn, then we'll plan our Eve intercept. I just want to see if the Eve intercept's possible at this time. Okay, so that's orbit. Let's zoom way out. Set Eve as our target. Can we make it happen? So, one thing, Eve is on the inside track, right? She has a lower orbit than Kerbin does, so I need to burn on the daylight side going prograde to come out the back of Kerbin's sphere of influence and lower my orbit, right? That'll cost 1,141. One big criticism I have of this game is I can't see where my, like, alright, comparison time. Juno New Origins. If I were to put my cursor on my predicted flight path, it would show me where my target is at that time. And then I could say, oh, look, I'm behind it, and then I could adjust accordingly. But KSP does not let you do that until you're here. And it doesn't look like we have a approach with Eve at all at this point. So I don't know what the game is talking about. The other option we have, right? So let's zero that. And bring this up, right? Bring this up to where we have the intercept. Or we're at it, right? And then we can adjust the time. So we're not adjusting anything other than the time at which we start our burn here. Yeah. And it's not wanting to work for us here. We'll go for it. And it may take us a couple revolutions, but we can still get the intercept. And while we're out beyond Kerbal or Kerbin space, you know, we have the opportunity to collect some science. We also have the magnetometer on board, which is a new experiment. We can get some science from that. Transmit that back. So that's a chunk of science we can get. And then let's just warp to this burn. Oh, we're already at the burn node. Disregard. Let's go stability assist. Burn node is in 45 seconds, which is right about now. So let's go ahead and light our engines and do our Kerbin escape burn. This will cost us 1,000 meters per second out of our 3,500 on the stage. I mean, we could do some pretty drastic maneuvers to force an intercept with the amount of delta V this upper stage has. But I'd rather not have to do that. And this periapsis is in 184 days. I could have sworn I had an alarm clock. Nope. Action sets? Nope. Messages? Nope. Delete all those. Interplanetary probe info. Crew info. Okay, well, we'll just have to keep an eye out for it. We might have a Duna window opening up. Which would be an interesting opportunity, I believe. So we can shoot for that. But let's get this probe kicked out of the system first. And we could launch the exact same probe and just have it head to Duna. Alright, that's escape. Good enough. Final orbit. Lower that down just a little bit more. But that is our escape trajectory. So we'll time warp a little bit here as we get from near Kerbin space to kind of far Kerbin space. We can run this experiment again from farther away. And we will transmit that as well. Eventually, we'll do a manned mission where we can collect all of this and bring it back. But for now, the cost of that is very high. And we can just have this probe set up to transmit. In the meantime, let's go back to the Space Center. While that thing is outward bound, right? We have an opportunity. Let's launch another probe at Duna. Same setup. Same probe altogether. But this one's going to be going to a different destination. This one is going to be going to the red planet, not the purple planet. So we'll just go straight to the launch pad and pick the same thing up and launch it again. This time we're going to be a little bit smarter, a little bit more skilled with our probe. We were a little sloppy there when we took off. I'm going to try and be not as bad of a pilot here. Give it a second to load up. And we'll kick it. All right. SAS on. I do need to fix my staging again. But that's quick. That's quick. There we go. All right. 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Pitch over. We will use time accelerate here, but I'm going to hold this attitude for a little longer. Maybe we won't use time accelerate because the rocket wants to crash, it seems. And roll. Alright, we got it under control. We will keep time accelerate off because this thing wants to be unstable. Let's go prograde. Keep it at about a 1.5 now. Booster separation. They go flipping off into the distance. Throttle up all the way. Okay, now we use some time acceleration. Try and fight to keep this on an easterly course. We're a little bit south. There we go. All right. Looking good. We'll switch to an orbital frame of reference. And we'll let the rocket do its thing. It's climbing now. 43, 45 kilometers. I'm looking at time to apoapsis and apoapsis altitude at this point. And we are no longer climbing. Let's point up a little bit. Let time to apoapsis come up. There we go. Now we're going. Now we're going. 51, 52, 53. That's better. We can come down just a little bit. Kind of manually steer that in. All right, we'll go prograde here. And we are just at orbit. All right, big throttle down here. We'll let this kind of coast for a bit. I'm going to change my staging sequence. Deploy the fairings. All right. We're in space. So we can go ahead and come up to apoapsis here. Fully burn. Our booster stage. Is our booster going to get us into orbit? Yes, it is. Look at that. All right. We'll ditch the booster. And extend our solar panels. Now, this burn is going to happen on the dark side of the planet. Because we're accelerating out to Duna. So let's zoom out. Set as target. And there's our orbit increasing in apoapsis. Oh, we're close. We're close. We are close. All right, let's look at changing the time of the orbit. That's very close. What if we go a little faster? Go a little slower? Well, hold on. What's our separation? 346,000 kilometers. 200, 180, 160, 57. Ooh. So that's about as close as we can get it there. And we have an encounter with Duna. Awesome. And that'll happen in like a couple of years. But that's okay. Because that is a hard, we have an encounter with the planet. Which is excellent. So let's time warp. Around to it. Be a 1 minute 45-second long burn. And we're basically going to point at Duna too, which is kind of funny. Can't really see it because it's far away, but we are pointing at Duna for this burn. Let's zoom all the way in here. I'm going to use the engines just to get locked on. There we go. Minute and 45-second long burn, so we'll wait till about the 50-second mark and light the engines. We'll probably have to make a correction burn, but that's okay. Again, we've got oodles and spoodles of fuel for that. And we're carrying all the science hardware we can to make that mission worthwhile. All right, looking good so far. This mission to Duna should go fairly well, but we're now in like the long-term planning stage of missions, right? We're taking years to get to targets. It's going to take a while. And that's okay. That's, part of the process here. Space travel is not fast until you get to FTL, which that's endgame. We are far from endgame, but we're going to have to start planning these long-range missions if we're going to have, be able to really reap the science of other planets and advance ourselves. Alright, so we are on our escape burn now, we've reached escape velocity. Looks like we're just shy of our approach. Let's see if I can manually bring this in a little closer. And yeah, we've got our Duna encounter. Periapsis 43,000 kilometers. We'll make a correction burn for that. But other than that, that's kind of all there is to it. Our other escape velocity vehicle, where'd she go? She should be going the other direction, right? Is that it right there? Why can't I see it? Do I have a... Oh, it's right here. It's right here, and this is its trajectory. Got it. Okay, so let's rename this vessel so that I can come back to it later. This is going to be the KSP Duna Voyager. And then we'll switch over to our other interplanetary probe. Switch to this one. We'll call this one the KSP Eve Voyager. Basic names. If you've got an idea for a name, you want me to rename them, let me know. And I will rename them. We'll call this the KSP Eve Voyager. It's a probe, accept. And let's let time accelerate here. So we've got our two probes that are outward bound. One going one way, one going the other. Out they go. And pretty soon we will be at the edge of the Kerbin system. And yeah, we are now in interplanetary space. We are outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Let's, real quick, as part of our... Oh, hold on. As part of our energy conservation, I want to point towards the sun. Maximize electric charge received on our solar panels here. There we go. Let's observe a mystery goo. High in space over the sun. Not a ton of science, but we'll transmit one. We brought 3 for a reason. We'll run our magnetometer report. 45.4 science. That's more like it. Let's also do some temperature scans. 6.7 science. And we'll do a pressure scan. The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. That is what we would expect to see, so that's good. That brings us up to 191 science, which is great. And at this point, we're just kind of letting time go. We can watch. We really let the time warp. You can see him stretch out there. One's out to Duna, the other out to Eve. Both of them are maintaining good connections with all of our relay satellites, which is good. It's good to see. Now, we've got Eve right as our target here. And this may take multiple passes to get to happen. And I understand that. We still have a good connection. We're 160 days into this flight. We're kind of suspending manned flight operations for a little bit while we let these missions go. We're past Eve periapsis. And we're going to let Eve make another pass behind us, because I want to be closer. Now we're kind of reaching the absolute edge of our probe's range here. And our Duna probe... Our Duna probe's struggling to keep up. Am I going to lose connection with the Duna Voyager? Oh, no, I lost connection with the Duna Voyager. All right, options, people. We need options. We could launch another one of those relay satellites and try and establish a daisy chain link. We've got limited probe control. And I didn't load any pre-planned flights in on this guy. We could send another probe to Duna, or towards Duna, and get it kind of in between, but we don't have a ton of time. And it'll make that pass with or without a communication signal. Well, in order to not lose out on a mission, let's go to the Space Center and try. You know, it's not a huge loss. It's not the end of the world, but I would hate to have this intercept and have the hardware in flight and not have comms with it. The other option we have, could we upgrade our tracking station to get better signal? Because that would get us 250 G. And we only need, what? 200,000 more monies? We could do that. Minsat 2 in adjusted orbit. Yeah, let's do that. Rescue Hayden from orbit on the moon. Let's do that moon mission. Because the moon mission and adjusting Minsat 2 is going to give us the money, right? And those missions will only take a couple of days, so we will still have time to regain connection with our probes. Let's not look at debris, and let's not look at the ComNet right now. We also have another option to launch a satellite for money. So we've got options here. Minsat 2 just needs to be in a slightly higher orbit. That's an easy mission. Let's run that real quick. And let's prep our moon mission and launch that satellite. Let's get some money in the bank account. Let's upgrade our tracking station. That's the plan. Okay, Minsat 2 over here. It's just a little space probe, very basic satellite, but it gets the job done. So we need to raise our apoapsis. That's easy. Let's point retro or prograde. Warp to periapsis. And that completes the mission. So that's a little extra money in our bank account once that completes. Come on. There we go. That's done. And let's build our moon mission. So we need... what? About... well, we need 2 missions, right? So I guess we could do a direct ascent lander and then a command module mission. Have them dock and transfer. That's the thought. I was in orbit when I docked. Yes, Jabuvik. Sorry, I didn't see that chat until just now. About that docking mission. But now that I'm looking back at it, I see it. Let's do our Mark 1 lander can. And we'll do our Clampatron Jr. Fuel tanks. We'll do the FLT X900. Yeah, FLT X900 with a Terrier. And some landing legs, a radio, some antennas. We'll give it the full 9 yards as far as treatment goes. Because we want it to be a fully functioning lander. But it will be pretty basic. We'll include the basic science package, being a thermometer, barometer, and the mystery goo. Gonna leave off the Science Junior for weight considerations and cost considerations. And the ladder. So that'll do for that. Now we just need the electricity. We'll knock that out in the form of 4 batteries, which we can mount low on the sides of the lander there. And we'll do 2 light solar panels right there. So that's our rescue lander. And we're going to put this on a relatively basic rocket, because it does not need to go very far, does not need to go very fast. It just needs to get back to lunar orbit, which 100% has the Delta V for. 3,000 is a lot, so we'll give it a relatively small payload here as well. I guess we still need to use the 1.875 since we went for the thicker fuel tank in the upper stage. That's fine. But we'll use the TD12 decoupler with a 1.875 fairing. Like so. So now she's fully kitted out, and then we just need some fuel tanks. We'll pop the big guy on with the cheetah, and then we'll give it a TD18 decoupler, and then 2 more in the bobcat. And as long as that has the thrust weight ratio, it does not. Okay, that's all right. That's all right, because we can just slap a couple SRBs. Cheap options. We're doing cheap and dirty options for this mission. Let's throw a radial detacher. And we don't even need the fancy SRBs. We can do the thumpers. The old school SRBs. These guys will be all we need to get it to orbit. Let's go arrow, advanced nose cone, and then tie some structural attachments on. Call it good. So this will be mission 1, which is the lander portion. We have 2 Kerbals we need to rescue. Crosby, hello, welcome to the live stream. We are about to rescue a guy off the surface of the moon, and I'm glad you could join us for it. KSP Moon Rescue 2. Save it and launch it. Quick staging check, actually. Okay. probably come down here. I can go up there. All right, launch. She'll definitely work. She'll definitely get us there. SAS on. Throttle up. Launch. And then throttle. No, Jeb. Oh my goodness. Jebediah keeps jumping in cockpits when I don't want him. He's like, y'all going to the moon? Let me on. No, Jeb. Bad Jeb. If you're in that seat, then who? We need space for the rescue. That's why I put a probe on it. Come on, Jeb. Think, Jeb. Think. All right. He's off. Let's get another guy on. I can't even remember which Kerbal's on the moon. Who is it? Aduki Kerbal, or Aduki Kerman. Is he a male or a female? All we've done is rescue female Kerbals, which is fine. It doesn't change anything. I'm just the game keeps throwing female Kerbals at us. Like, where are the boys at? Where are the guys at? You know? Alright, we'll lock prograde since we're accelerating pretty quick. Get ready for booster separation. Booster separation, and they'll collide, of course. That one goes tearing off who knows where. Full throttle on the core stage. Hold stability assist here for a second. So we get higher into the atmosphere. A little longer, a little longer, a little longer, a little longer. All right, prograde. Fairing deployed a little early, but that's okay. We'll make it work. We're high enough out of the atmosphere now. The drag's not going to be too much of a concern. Okay. Looking good so far. We're in space. Gonna head and go to full acceleration. Should see periapsis show up here shortly. And that's orbit. I'm gonna go check on something real quick, and I will be right back to continue the mission. Alright, I'm back. I thought I smelled smoke in my house, and I was a little concerned. But I did not smell smoke. Everything is fine. Let's extend our solar panels. We're taking advantage of Polsat 3 here for our connection right now, which is why our connection is so low, but it's fine. We still have full control of the probe. Alright, let us get on our way. I'm gonna turn off all those. Set the moon as the target. And we're just gonna burn for it. I can do this manually at this point. Right about there. Light the engine. We need about 800 meters per second, roughly. A little over 800 to get to the moon. So we've got that engine rolling. And then this second stage will be expended. However, our lunar lander has enough delta V that it won't matter. It really won't. Almost 4,000 meters per second of delta V is a lot for the lander. That'll easily be enough to get back into orbit and, you know, solve all those problems. So we'll go ahead and get it started on its flight to the moon. And we'll wait for it to get, you know, a couple hours into the transfer. But what I'm going to do is launch my other ship simultaneously before we even get this lander to the moon. Okay, moon periapsis. Too far, too far. Let's go retrograde real quick. Overshot by just a smidge there, but that's okay. We're doing it manually, and we've got an additional 100 meters per second to burn here. All right, 26 is plenty. I'm going to go ahead and ditch that stage, and we will time warp to about here. Go back to the Space Center, and we're going to do the other ship, which will be very similar to this ship, but we're going to swap a couple of things out. We're going to leave the booster stage basically the same, but instead of a lunar lander module and all that, it's just going to be the Mark II cockpit, because we only have 2 Kerbals to save, so we only need 2 seats. So go back to vehicle assembly. We're going to do a very similar setup to what we had before. Let's get it to load real quick. So I'm going to pull this off, and we're going to toss this. Grab a Mark II pod, bring this up. So this is our return vessel. We'll give it a heat shield first off, and then the decoupler, and attach that directly to it. So we will have 3,941 meters per second. That's a little light. I want to get just a little bit more. So let's stretch out that fuel tank. 4,071. Oh, no. Never mind. We're fine. We're fine. I forgot I'm using a cheetah. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that'll be more than enough. Okay, so for the re-entry portion, this is also going to be unmanned. So I'm going to have the Probodyne HECS strapped to the nose. And then we'll use a Mark 16 parachute on top of that. Or no, we can't use the Mark 16. We'll use 2 of the radial mount parachutes. Tuck these in just a little bit. There we go. 2 radial mount parachutes attached to the side of the module and the docking port. We went with the docking port junior for size consideration, so we'll keep that. Make sure that Jebediah isn't on the ship. Thank you, Jebediah, for stepping out. All right, now we've got our second stage of the rescue mission. We'll call this the Orbiter. And we'll launch this bad boy. So these ships are going to fly in tandem. The lander is already out there. The Orbiter is going to follow suit. And then once we get the lander down, we'll put them both in orbit, then land the lander, synchronize their orbits, rescue our guy, do the rendezvous, do the docking sequence, which is important, and rescue him. And we'll get 3 contracts done. 2 rescues and the lunar docking contract will all be completed in this mission, or this pair of missions. Let's throttle down. We'll sit about half throttle here and let the rocket boosters carry us up. Now we can go prograde and let it carry up on prograde the rest of the way. Nice and smooth, no issues. That's what I like to see. All right. We are almost in orbit. Or almost out of the atmosphere. We're pretty far from orbit. We're almost out of the atmosphere. Alright, second stage is go. That Cheetah will push us the rest of the way out. Okay. Orbit achieved. 2615 meters per second left to go. I want to see where my other guy went, though. Oh, there he is. Like, where did he go? He's right there. Let's turn off the probes, the bases. We got a Kerbal somewhere? Oh, is this the Kerbal that's on the moon right now? Hold on. Yeah, there he is. What's it? There's a Dookie down there. All right, so he's way down in that crater. Good news is that's convenient for science that we have not collected yet. But it will be a little trickier to get down to him. Not undoable, just trickier. The lander has the fuel to make the plane changes required to get down to him. Let's go back to our rescue ship. And we are lined up all ready for the burn. So I'm going to go ahead and light the engines. And you can see our moon rescue vehicle is right in front of us. So we'll get them both into orbit. Probably leave the command module or the orbiter module in a equatorial orbit around the moon. And I realize I did not bring any batteries or solar panels on this thing like a goober. So we're going to put the probe in hibernation mode for the flight. It's got the electric charge, but it doesn't have any support systems. We'll make it work. We can make it work. I'm not going to scrap it and revert just because of that mistake. It's just another engineering oversight, one of many that some of you have come to be familiar with my Kerbal Space program. And that's okay. It'll be okay. Alright, Moon Periapsis. There we go. So we're on target. Hibernation on, which brings our electric consumption down to very, very little. See? It's fine. And when we run the engine, we charge the batteries. So it really doesn't matter, you know? Plus, I didn't put any antennas on it for double fun. But it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter because we've got a connection. No, alright, I've got to revert. I'm stupid! Never mind, that won't work because I didn't put anything on it. So we're going to have to take it back. Revert to vehicle assembly. Ugh! Sometimes. My genius. Excuse me, I'm allergic to my own failure, it appears. Alright. Let's go back to the basics, right? Antennas. We like antennas. We need antennas. Antennas are important for spaceflight. Electrical generation. Also important for spaceflight. Let's go ahead and just put 2 packaged solar panels here. And we'll relaunch it. This time, we are actually prepared to do the mission. If you're just joining the live stream, here's a breakdown of what's going on. I have 2 spacecraft. I'm about to launch the second one. One of them's already in flight. They're bound for the moon. The first one is a lander module that's going to go down and pick up a Kerbin that's stranded on the surface of the moon, which is not a great place to be. The second one is a 2-person command module that is going to fly up, rendezvous with the lander once it's picked up the first guy, pick up the second guy who's in space, stranded in space, and then we're going to return both of them on this lander, or this orbital module right here. I've properly equipped it now to actually be able to handle the mission as designed, which is good. It's important. Alright, booster separation, and they go running into each other. Let's go ahead and max out our throttle here. Okay. And we are going up. Main engine cut off. Second stage booster is firing. Once we get out into space, I'll deploy these solar panels. Alright, so we are out of the atmosphere. Pop the solar panels out. There we go. And orbit. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing we did earlier. Set it as the target. Wait until we are lined up. Lined up. Light the engine. We've got 2,700 meters per second left on this operational stage here. And then we detach and arm the parachutes. And that's all there is to this spacecraft. Very simple spacecraft. Nothing complicated on it. And we can already see our lunar lander right there. He's already outward bound and heading for the moon. So we're going to get this guy on an intercept with the moon. And then we'll switch to the moon rescue lander. We'll do his orbital insertion. Then we'll switch back to this guy, do its orbital insertion, go back to the lander, get the landing all figured out, go land, rescue him, go back to the orbital module, rescue the guy in orbit. It's, you know, multiple stages here. Multiple things are going to be happening. Okay, throttle down, throttle down, throttle down. And we're just waiting to get our periapsis here. That's good enough. So that's about the minimum for our periapsis. I'm going to switch to Moon Rescue. Nope, not that one. Switch to Moon Rescue 2, who's currently in flight. We'll go over to him and continue from there. Now, our Adaki Kerbin, the brave Kerbal who is stranded down there, he's in a kind of awkward place. So I need to... Let's make a maneuver at the encounter. And adjust this maneuver node, because I need to get into a pretty polar orbit to get down to him. Please stop. And we'll swing around the top to get him. Okay. So I'm going to time warp to this burn. Both my ships are now in flight. Moon Rescue 2 Orbiter is right behind. And he'll have his entry shortly after. Which, of course, Hayden's shipwreck is retrograde. So he'll need to make a pretty serious plane change as well. Couldn't be easy. Nope. If it were easy, they wouldn't have me doing it. Okay, that's good enough for that. Let's swap over to Moon Rescue 2 Orbiter. Because we're going to have to do a major maneuver for him as well. Because, of course, our friend over here in Hayden, he's backwards from everyone, which is fun. So what that's going to entail for us. Let's add a maneuver here. No, disregard. Let's add a maneuver right at encounter. Ah, screw it. We're just going to wait until we are in the sphere of influence. Okay, now I can at least see what I'm doing. So let's add a maneuver here for a minute into the future, of course, to get roughly on his plane. Doesn't need to be perfect, but I want to just get roughly on plane with Hayden's shipwreck. This will cost a decent chunk of fuel, 147, but that's fine. That still leaves us plenty to get back. Really, my goal is just to get these guys in orbit. We can make some changes after the fact. Okay. So that's done. We'll let time run ahead a little bit. Actually, let's switch back to the rescue lander, because we're going to do his orbital capture burn first. And it's actually crazy, the timing with these two, even though I spaced them out by a couple of hours, is their intercepts are kind of right on top of each other. To where I'm having to kind of switch between the two crafts to make their landings and orbits work. Okay, we are at periapsis. Light the engine. And this little Terrier engine is absolutely killing it for this lander. Lots of performance in vacuum on small vehicles. Very efficient engine. I love the Terrier. It's a great engine. So we're going to go ahead and bring our apogee and perigee down to about 20 kilometers. That's good enough. Let's switch back to the orbiter, and we'll get him in orbit. Now, the lander is set up for pretty much a direct shot at the landing site. So I don't want to waste time with that. Because he's... Well, I guess not quite. I guess we can wait. Never mind. I thought I had it set up where the lander's orbit was going to be right on track with a Daki Kerbin down on the surface, but it's not, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get our orbital insertion burn. We're at 1,680 meters per second. And that's about as close as I'm going to get it for now. Since we have some time until Aduki comes around, we'll focus on getting my orbit here set up. So I'm going to burn radial in. Burn pointing towards the moon. I'm going to adjust my orbit to overlap better with the other module here. Let's see. I want to get my apoapsis about touching there. So let's go to a prograde burn. If I can get our apoapses lined up, then I can use the apoapsis as the point that I match the orbits. And that looks pretty close. Now we'll need to do a plane change at the descending node. So I'm going to burn pointing south here for the plane change. Let's point south. So normal, since this is retrograde, south is now normal. Point on that vector, fire the engines. Plane change looks good. Our apoapsis is about right. We're a little inside his orbit now, but we can start the rendezvous process proper now. So let's go prograde. He is behind us, so I want to raise our orbit. I'm not going to raise it a ton because I don't want to consume too much fuel, but we'll do a couple of passes here. Okay, one more pass will put him right behind us, and then we can go retrograde and make our final pass here. So I'm going to burn retrograde now. He's going to be ahead of us on this next pass. So I'm going to slow down, bring my orbit in. And we are now 3.7 kilometers apart. Let's check in with the lander. So he's over here. So he should be coming around relatively soon. Yes, he is. Okay, so we're going to have just enough time to do the rendezvous, and then Aduki will be right below the lander's orbit for the capture there. Okay, target frame of reference. He's 3.7 kilometers away. I'm just going to burn my engine and point my prograde vector in the target frame of reference at his module. Right there. All right, we're closing relatively fast. Oh, excuse me. Closing relatively fast. Our separation will be 100 meters. That's close enough. All right, he is 600 meters away and closing rapidly. Get ready to do our burn here. Okay, closing 10 meters per second, and our vector is now back on him, so we're pointing right at him and closing fast. We'll let it go just a little bit longer. Six meters per second, 80 meters away. Just doing a couple gentle decelerations. All right. Basically motionless now. Hayden Kerbin, who's inside this little lander. We have a scientist on board. Excellent. We've been in need of a new scientist. Bob's getting a little tired. So we'll bring Hayden, and she will come over here to the control module and board. All right, so that is one part of the mission done. We've rescued one Kerbal. I'm just going to separate from the lander, and we will switch to, or separate from the down spaceship. We'll switch to our lander now, which is making preparations to come around for another pass. And we have the Delta V. We're just going to make this pass our intercept, right? So Aduki is right there. And if we point west, that's south, that's east, west. Here we go. Okay. Now we should fly over Aduki's landing site as the moon spins and we come around. Not quite, but that's okay. We've got 3,000 meters per second of fuel. We can easily adjust. It's definitely within the profile of the flight. Okay, so now we are absolutely going to fly over Aduki here. And we'll come overhead. That looks good enough as far as range goes. Let's go stability assist. Alright, let's bring the lander down. It's going to take a big, heavy burn. We'll target Aduki's debris so we can see it on the surface better. Go ahead and deploy the landing gear. Okay. So we are on a descent towards the debris. We've got 2,800 meters per second of Delta V still in the tanks. And the plan is to kind of drift overhead. And I want the pink, I want this pink crosshair on the dot. All right. So far, so good on the landing. Okay, we are passing overhead now, so I'm going to kill lateral velocity. She's basically right under us. Looks like there's a crater below us, so we may burn to get away from the crater a little bit. Other than that, it looks good. Our thrust rate ratio is currently 8.2, so we've got plenty of that to work with. I'm just going to try and keep this pointed here. Okay. All right, looks good. Looks like she's on the rim of a crater, and I don't want to try landing in a crater. This is a dark side of the moon landing, so it's a little tricky to see my bearings here, but I think we're about on a good course. Yep, looks like we're right about where we want to be. Okay, 300 meters up. Let's get that descent rate under control. There we go. 10 meters per second coming down. Nice and smooth. And we should have a nice, gentle touchdown here. Nice and easy. All right, so we're down. This is a Dookie's debris, and this is a Dookie Kerbin. And over there is the rescue vehicle. We're going to use our jetpack to get down there. And we're in a different biome on the moon, which means we can take some data. Some sweet, sweet scientific data is available to us. A Dookie is another pilot. That brings us up to 4 pilots on our roster, which is excellent. I love pilots. All right, a Dookie's down. Let's take an EVA report from the moon's southwest crater. Let's take a surface sample. That's also worth a good bit. Let's extend this ladder down for him. Good job, Dookie. We'll go ahead and plant a flag as well. Planting flags gives Kerbal's experience, so it's a good idea to do it. And he's a VATCO Industries pilot, so that's why he has the VATCO flag. A Dookie Kerbin Rescue. The Kerbal space program has valiantly rescued a Dookie Kerbin who was stranded on the moon by his less than reputable employers at VATCO Advanced Suction Systems TM. Alright. So, we have rescued a Dookie. Well, we've gotten halfway through the rescue of a Dookie. Let's get him on board. Or actually, we can just swap to this. Let's run the pressure, temperature, and goo experiments. Milk every bit of science we can out of this. And have him collect the results from those things. Have him climb up into his pod. Okay, that didn't seem to work. There we go. Now he's in the pod. We'll also have him take our crew report from the surface here. Now it's time to start thinking about rendezvous. So, we'll set the Moon Rescue Orbiter 2 as the target. As it passes around, let's lift off, switch to an orbit frame of reference, and let's just burn towards the target. Now, we're going to have to make a orbital plane change anyway, but let's just get it in orbit, roughly on the orbit. We can retract landing gear. He's got 16,000 meters per second of delta V. Should that be enough? Yes. Will it be enough? Maybe. What's his apoapsis right now? 192. Can I get it lined up from here? Probably not. Maybe. I'd like to get their apoapses lined up, because then I can just focus on plane changes. Okay, that's good enough. We're going to be approaching the descending node here. We've got 1,300 meters per second of delta V left on the lander. It should be enough to get the rendezvous. Let's point south. Okay, that's the plane change. Still got a little over 1,000 meters per second of delta V to work with. Our apoapses are actually very close after that burn, which is excellent. Let's raise periapsis. And we are just behind the command module, which is good, because that means I can get this intercept, hopefully in one shot. Well, maybe two. 2 orbits might be what it takes. So we undershoot. I'm targeting the right one, right? Yeah, I'm targeting the right one. Okay. Just making sure I'm targeting the right module here. Okay, so the next orbit will be past. There we go. 1.8 kilometers. That's the rendezvous right there, baby. All right, let's go around. Switch to our target frame of reference. We're barely traveling apart from each other. And he should be somewhere up there. There he is. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to retract the ladder real quick. I did bring RCS on these, which is going to make the docking here challenging, but exciting, I think. So we're going to dock with just the engines. I'm going to do that by taking the thrust limiter on this and bringing it way down. First, let's worry about getting close. Then let's worry about getting in position. Ah! And there goes the time warp. All right. Retrograde time. Okay. Let's time warp more cautiously towards him. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to point the 2 craft at each other. And then I'm going to use my lander's engines to nudge the lander into the command module. But right now, I just want to get their relative velocities canceled out and get them nice and close so they're just floating apart from each other. That's the goal right here. All right, we're slowing down. Less than a meter per second. Get nice and close. closer, please. Okay, so he is tapped out of gas. I'm going to point at the lander. I'm going to point this guy back at him. So now they're pointing at each other. Get them all nice and lined up. All right, sweet. Now we should just burn and stay pointed at them. Yeah, that looks lined up. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. I think it'll do. I think that'll do. Docking ports magnetically tracked to each other, and there we go. We've docked without RCS, which completes the Explore the Moon contract we've been sitting on for a while now. So here's the cool thing we've got going for us. I've got two engines that are opposed to each other right now. Let's transfer our crew for one. So Dookie, you go in the command pod. Now that we've got our crew transferred, let's look at our options for leaving the moon. So basically, as we come around here, we need to burn our engines. But I'm going to shut down this engine, and I'm going to control from here. I'm going to point prograde using the landing module and its engine, which is still active. I'm going to turn off those fuel tanks. Just burn fuel from this fuel tank. And we'll keep these visible. The only thing I can transfer over right now is electric charge. I can't transfer fuel or anything else out. Oh, hold on. No, yeah. So, when we set up here, light this engine. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Light this engine. We're going to burn 261 meters per second of delta V from our smaller engine here to boost our orbit. Then, once I've expended the lander module's fuel, which should be enough to at least get us out of lunar orbit, looks like it will be. And then we're a little high, so I'm going to wait till we're about here. Yep. And then burn the rest. Nope. There we go. Burn the other 120 meters per second of delta V here. Fully expend this guy. We have not touched our orbital module's fuel at all. We still have all the fuel in it. I'm going to go ahead and shut that down. We'll control... Where is it? Switch to control from here. Undock and fling the landing module. There it goes. Now the landing module is going to fly out of there. And we are going to take the rest of the energy once we activate the main engine. There we go. And activate the fuel tanks. We have 1,238 meters per second of delta V to work with. Nope, not prograde, retrograde, please. There we go. We're going to bring that down to a capture. That's a capture. Oh, gosh darn it. We've done it again, folks. That lander module is full of science, and we didn't bring it. It's fine. I don't care anymore. Well, actually, hold on. Can I switch to it real quick? We'll transmit the science. This time, at least, I didn't crash it into the surface of a planet. We can transmit this science and recover it. At least some of it. Most of it. We can recover most of it. I'm a silly boy, aren't I? Review store data. Transmit. 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 We're going to data dump everything from the lander module. Okay. So we didn't totally lose everything, but we lost more of that than we needed to. We could have gotten more if we had just brought it with us, but we didn't because we're silly. So now we fall back to Kerbin on the command module. I am going to burn a little bit of the extra fuel we have on hand. So as to save us a little bit in re-entry costs. And this will just make sure we don't skip off the atmosphere. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Detach. I'm going to quick save just in case. Just in case something bad happens. But other than that, we're going to let it free fall through the atmosphere. So that's contact with the upper atmosphere now. We're starting to see that re-entry heating effect. We are going quite fast. Let's look at our ablator. It is starting to wear down. Now, it's not going to wear down fast enough that I need to really worry about it. We have 500 units of ablator on this heat shield, which is plenty. It's a large, it's a thick ablator. Alright, we're falling through the atmosphere pretty fast now, losing ablator at about 1 unit per second. We have been captured. We are not going to skip. I think we're going to come down over the mountains, though. Or at least over these highlands. That should be fine. What do you want, cat? What do you want? Are you hungry? Do you need lunch? Alright. Can I save these guys' lives and then I give you lunch? Maybe? Yeah. Is that okay with you? Alright, well, as long as it's okay with you. Alright, we are through re-entry. Our ablator is fine. And we will deploy the chute in 3, 2, 1. Chute deploy. 2, 1. Chute open. And there they are. We'll do a crew report over the grasslands. We can do some soil samples, some surface science, I guess, while we're here. Oh, come here, cat. Come here. Come here. Hi. Hi, did you just want attention? You want to watch? Do you want to watch the Kerbals come down? Yeah. You want to turn to the microphone for me? Oh, hey. Yeah, you like the microphone, don't you? Okay. Run along. All right, they're down, which is great news for our Kerbal fans out there. Let's EVA them. take an EVA report from the grasslands. I think we've already done some of the science. Have we done a surface sample before? We have not, so that's something we can do. Remove your helmet, remove your neck ring. There we go. Let's take the data and get back in there. Take another crew report landed. That's great. All right, and we'll recover the vessel. So that is all 3 contracts completed. We have both of our brave astronauts added to the flight roster, an additional scientist, and an additional pilot that we can utilize. Oh, you really do just want attention now, don't you? Let's take them back to the Space Center to a hero's welcome. Jebediah will have to make room for their bunks, but that does put us over the required amount, I believe, for the tracking station. All of that mission, all those missions we just ran, was in an effort to make some money to upgrade our tracking station. Everything we just did there. And we can now upgrade it. So hopefully, let's go back to the tracking station. Now that we've got that upgraded, we should have better antennas. And I hope we'll be able to reach out and talk to our 2 long-distance probes. And we, in fact, can, which is great news. We've got a strong signal to both probes, which is great. I'm going to go see if this cat needs some food. And I will be right back. We'll continue our mission on the Duna Voyager. All right, I am back, and we have the Duna Voyager coming around for our first intercept. Now, what I want to do is see where that periapsis takes us. See, it's barely an intercept, right? So we need to do some mid-flight corrections to get that intercept a little stronger, right? Now, let's see. what our periapse is, and we're just going to make some adjustments. No, that was not it. In fact, that did nothing for it. Oh wait, that's because I'm on the wrong orbit. That orbit is not in... It's not the correct orbit. All right, let's go back to our guy here. Select the blue orbit. Okay, now we're correctly on the orbit. So there we go. Now it's making changes. Just like that, we've brought our orbit quite a bit closer to Duna. And actually, we'll pass both Ike and Duna on this path. So I'm going to do that. 33.9 meters per second. I'm going to put a pretty tight thrust limiter on this. I don't want a ton of thrust here. I just want a very nice controlled burn. And it's amazing, once you're in interplanetary space like this, small tweaks, weeks and days in advance, can make the difference between barely intercepting and getting captured around other planets. So just like that, we've already accomplished, we've already improved our orbit by so much. I'm going to wait until about now. We're going to make a very slow... I'm using very, very little thrust here. Only 9.5% of the total engine's thrust. I've put that thrust limiter on it so that we don't overshoot or overcorrect here. Because we're going for precision. Okay, let's take a look now. We do, in fact, have a intercept with Ike here. Yeah, I think we just need to time warp to it. Let's switch back to our vehicle. Our encounter is in 79 days. That's fine with me. Excuse me. We still have a connection, and we will have a connection long enough to pass by Ike and do some science with Ike, and then do some science with Duna, both high and low orbits. So I'm going to wait until we get inside Duna's sphere of influence before we do our second maneuver correction to Ike. There we go. So we are inside Duna's sphere of influence, and I do want to get captured in an orbit here. So, for starters, though, we have an opportunity to observe some mystery goo. Sure, we'll transmit it. Yep. Understand it's a loss when we do. We have 2 more. Let's take a magnetometer reading and keep an eye on our charge here. Oh, now that's what we like to see. 81.4 science for that. Let's take a barometer report. Transmit that one. And a thermometer report. Log temperature. Transmit that one. So we've already got quite a bit of science just from our first portion of our encounter here. Now, let's add a maneuver. And I'm going to look at its impact on our orbit with Ike. So we're going to pass by Ike right here, and that puts our periapsis super low. Let's instead try to use Ike as a gravity assist. So if we get captured on the opposite side of Ike... Whoops. A little too sensitive. And I'm trying to get a nice... My end state is an equatorial orbit around Duna, right? That's where I want to be. So this kicks me out to a 513 degree periapsis. Just barely over Ike. I think that'll do. Right there. So we have kind of these two intercepts. This is going to cost us a little bit more in the fuel department. But I understand that. As we get closer to celestial bodies, you need to spend more fuel to move around. The farther out you can plan a maneuver, the better. To do this same maneuver close to Ike would be very expensive. But from where we're standing right now, it's actually not too bad. Most of this is retrograde. But some of it is off the plane. Sorry, I was trying to get control of my vessel there. Okay. Let me get it on target here. All right, that's about right. Let's warp to it. I'm going to go ahead and light the engine. We actually don't need the thrust limiter on so much. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it down a little bit. And that's good enough. So that gets us our approach to Ike and our approach to Duna. Let's warp to our Ike encounter. There we are. Okay, so we are inside of Ike's sphere of influence now. Let's run the same battery of tests. I'm going to save the goo for near space, but we can do the other ones. That being temperature, pressure, and the magnetometer. We can run all three of those. And as we pass by Ike on the dark side, I guess we're not going to be able to get it on the dark side, but we can catch it right here if we're lucky, if we're smart. So we can see our comlink path. We're going to go out of comms as we pass behind Ike here. But we can test to verify that our altitude is adequately low. As we come back around. Okay, so we've got comm signal again. Let's run the magnetometer report. That's still space high over Ike. Okay, so we need to be a lot closer, but that's okay. So I'm going to hold off on using my goo. Again, we'll have follow-on chances to get into orbit around Ike. Right now, let's lock retrograde. As we pass by Ike, I'm going to let my orbit fall towards Duna. And we'll start our capture burn. So thrust limiter is fully off. We're ready for max thrust. I'm going to use the thrusters to turn the ship. And throttle up and begin the capture burn. So we are going to decelerate as much as we can here. I don't have any landers prepped on this mission. This is just going to be an orbital relay. I kind of want it to stay in orbit as an opportunity to have a comms station out here for any future missions. It's good to have a satellite available. Right now it's going to be in an equatorial orbit, but I've got the fuel capacity that we can adjust that. I might put it in a wider inclined orbit to have it stay in coverage with Kerbin for longer. We're not going to go full... No. I don't want any Ike encounters. Actually, I want to avoid Ike encounters for now. So we're going to keep our apoapsis inside Ike's sphere of influence. But I do want to get a low or near Duna research. So we'll try to get down below 100,000. Okay. No, not you, sticky keys. No, not you, sticky keys. Oh my goodness. Sticky keys is going to cause me to scrub a mission, I swear. Alright. That should be low Duna orbit. We're still looking good on consumables. Let's run our experiments. Observe mystery goo. Near Duna, that looks good to me. We'll transmit that. Run a magnetometer report. (113 science). Nice. Log temperature. Transmit that. And log pressure and transmit that. So we're at 698 science at the Space Center now, which is pretty sweet. That's pretty cool, guys. And there's our little satellite in orbit over Duna, which is excellent. This is excellent progress for us. So I'm not going to bother with that low Ike pass quite yet. Not quite yet. We'll come back to this. This thing can sit here and it will be here for us to deal with later. But we've wasted a couple of months now in-game working on that, so we'll come back to it. Hello, Tim Kim. Welcome to the live stream. We are making major strides now. Major strides in our space program. Okay. All right. We got options here. I don't want to dock vessels around Mimus right now. Yeah. We've got the contract to get into orbit around Eve. And that's still ongoing. Let's do a couple continuations of operations here. This contract requires us to land on another planet, which is crazy. It's a crazy ask, guys. Orbital station around the moon. Temperature surveys of the moon. This one we could do. Let's launch a moon satellite. Another moon satellite. But before we do anything else, right? We have 724 science points. Let's go. 724 is so much. One, we can do scanning tech, which is awesome. Because that gives us surface scanning module, the gamma ray spectrometer, atmospheric fluid, spectrovariometer, the survey scanner, the large scanner arm, the magnetometer, dual technique magnetometer, gas spectrometers, all that juicy stuff. That's great. And it's still 424 science to go. So we have some things down here that we have not used fully yet that I think we could utilize more of. So there's precision propulsion, which I'm going to take because I like the Sepratron rocket as an option. Also, the Thud liquid fuel engine, which was going to be convenient for other things in the future. I would say high power electrics or unmanned tech, because those can be fun. You get the Gigantor solar array, the large battery, some capacitors. The fuel cell's pretty good. Advanced landings, cool. Advanced aerodynamics is also cool. Supersonic flight's also cool. So we could start working our way towards a shuttle, which is fun as a concept. Actually, we could build a shuttle now, really. Really, we could build it now. When do we get the inline Clampotron? Here we go. We get it in this one, which gives us all the structural panels, engine plates, the 37 stack separator. Oh, and the photon seals. So these are cool as well. So that's a whole thing to look at. But we'll wait on those. Instead, I want to get supersonic flight. So let's look at our contracts again. Satellite, adjust Moonsat 1, science data from space around Kerbin, temperature surveys of the moon. So what I'm going to build is a low moon orbit survey satellite. And we're going to add all the new cool science tech we got. Not that one. Moon Rescue 2. Here we go. So, we're going to take this as the template. Use the Probodyne HECS probe module. And we're going to add gamma ray spectrometer, M700 survey. Don't need the seismometer. That's not going to be useful for us here. These aren't going to be useful for us here. This one we can use. So we're only putting science we haven't already done. Plus the temperature. Because we need the temperature, the thermometer. The thermometer just needs to go on anything you build. You just put that on things. But we're going to put the gamma ray spectrometer, the thermometer, the barometer, because you never know, and a mystery goo. Because, again, you never know. Other than that, I think that's it. I guess we could put the magnetometer boon on it. Yeah. And dual technique magnetometer. Let's see what it looks like fully extended. Will it let me fully extend it? No. Well, okay. That'll be that. We'll put some electrical systems on it. Rechargeable battery pack. Command and control. We don't need a ton. We can just use the small inline reaction wheels. And then fuel. So pop a fuel tank on it and pop an engine on it. 345, 320. Oh, shoot, where was it? The ant. 315. Well, we'll go with the Terrier, but we'll leave it bare. So that's the satellite. Plus communications equipment. So this isn't communications equipment. This is. We're going to bury this kind of inside the frame. Similar to the Orbital Lab, we're just going to tuck that in like that. We'll need electrical panels. So those will extend. That'll extend. We could rotate that, honestly. Yeah, there we go. And is there anything else? I do want that other one. The dual technique magnetometer. Sitting there. So that's our vehicle. 18,000 total for it. It's a little heavier, a little bit more robust. But it will fit inside the fairing. Well, almost. It'll almost fit inside the fairing that we've already designed for it, for this ship. There we go. Will this have the Delta V we need? Probably. Yeah, it'll have it. Does this have the thrust weight ratio I need? Yeah. Yeah. All right, sweet. Moon serve sat 1. We'll save this, and I'm going to launch it to the moon. Now, we're going to put this in a polar orbit around the moon so that I can fly it over all of those temperature regions. All right, and we're off. I'm going to dial back the thrust a little bit. All right, boosters are out of fuel. They'll crash. It's fine. And we are on our way to orbit. Okay, so we are not quite in orbit yet. Just a little shy of it, so I'm going to point up. So far, so good. Go and orbit. All right, sweet. Orbit's achieved. We have 2,500 more meters per second to go on this, which is plenty. We're going to scan for gamma rays. Well, can't scan for gamma rays, apparently. Activate magnetometer. Log magnetospheric data. There we go. So this dual technique magnetometer comes in handy for later on, right? Late stage gameplay, we need to find an area with high antimatter flux to harvest antimatter. We'll activate this one too for symmetry. And let's find the moons behind us. Okay. There we go. SAS on, prograde on. Got it. All right, engine's burning. So this is our satellite all set up now. And there is the moon. As we approach, I'll throttle down, but our goal is to get into a polar orbit around the moon, which is not particularly difficult to do. We've got plenty of delta V to do it. I'm going to start with a high polar orbit, because I want to see if the contract will let me do temperature surveys from way up. If not, we'll switch to a low. Actually, we'll go low then high. Oh, and I need science data from space around Kerbin. So that completes that contract. Okay. Can I focus view on the moon for a second? Let me start by going radial south. There we go. So we're going to start pushing our polar orbit here. I'm doing this well in advance of reaching the moon. And I'm using very little fuel to make this maneuver because we're doing it far away. There we go. All right, we'll lock retrograde now. Let's just do comm path. There we go. A little faster. So those are the survey sites right there. And I think I need to get pretty low. I'm pretty sure I need to get very close to the surface for these to work. So... we're going to get down to like 20. Or 30. 30 is probably good enough. Alright, so here comes the probe. At periapsis. Bring our apoapsis down, same as periapsis. About 30 is the target. There we go. Close enough. 29, 27 is close enough. Okay. Well, for starters, we've got some experiments we can run. I can't scan for gamma rays still, but I can run a magnetometer report. And we'll transmit that out for 68 science. Excellent. Where is log magnetospheric data? There we go. Oh, we're low on battery. It's like, what do you mean we're aborting? We're out of juice. That's okay. We've got more juice incoming. Let me rotate my solar panels to be better in line. There we go. I don't think I can do the orbital survey yet because we're too close. Oh, maybe I can. What's going to win? Looks like the survey will work. There we go. All right, so we were able to do an orbital survey. Let's talk about the overlay. All right, so now we just wait for the temperatures to come up and around. Which looks like they're going to come up on the daylight side, which is ideal. And we are managing to maintain full comms coverage. So even when we go dark side of the moon, we've got options here to keep us in contact. So when that goes out... oh, never mind. There we go. That Moonsat 2 catches our signal and keeps us in comms. All right, so we're passing over the first site. We should be. There it is. Okay, here it comes. Yes, all right. Entering Bob's formation. Log temperature. Transmit. So that's 1. Are we close enough to that one? Ah, we were close enough. Okay, well, we'll catch it on the next pass. Hopefully we'll catch it on the next pass. Yes. That's 2. Too far away. That's okay. This one will catch pretty much right over the top. Perfect. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes the satellite. Entering zone 2 TAC 21 Romeo Juliet. Log temperature. Transmit. Boom. So that's those 2 contracts done. Now the second one, or the third contract we're going to do is to adjust Moonsat 1's orbit. This will be quick. Switch over to Moonsat 1. Take control of the vessel. And tweak its orbit very quickly for a nice and neat contract completion. Here's Moonsat 1 with a little spark engine. Itty bitty little spark engine. And it wants me to, it looks like, reduce the apoapsis of its orbit. That should be relatively easy. Okay, so we're at periapsis. Lock on retrograde. This is one of my first gen satellites too. It's not even using the HECS. It's using the Probidyne Octo. So real basic flight hardware. But it won't matter because we can still make this burn. And we've adjusted the orbit per the contractor's request. Excuse me. Maintain stability for a few more seconds. Mission complete. With all that done and out of the way, we've got some more money in our bank account. Hmm. 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 Here's an option. Oh, return to Kerbin from Ike. Man. Alright, some of these are ridiculous. Absolutely not. Man, these contracts are dumb. Kind of wait for them to refresh or something. Those are awful contracts. All right, let's go back to our Eve Explorer mission that we sent off. So we do have one more spacecraft in flight that has not reached its destination yet, and that's the Eve Explorer. Now, it's going to be a bit of a challenge because that vehicle is right here. And we need to get it to intercept Eve. So let's see if we can plot ourselves an intercept. This guy's been in flight for 409 days. And you know what? Here's where we stand. I think on this next revolution, we can start making plans. Right? So, like, here it comes. And that's intercept. Now, after this, our next point of approach, where we're really, like, realistically going to catch it, is going to be on this next orbit around. If we can adjust, there we go. That's the capture right there. Let's go ahead and fine-tune this. Because we're making fine adjustments now to have major effects later. You know what? That's fine. I'd rather get the intercept for now. Worry about the fine-tuning later. Got it down to 60 million meters. 60,000 kilometers. That's honestly good enough for now. We can do a follow-on course correction as we get closer. Because right now, I don't think we have the right angle to be doing that kind of course correction. Okay. So I'm doing this manual now. The burn mode was just to get us close. But with intercepts like this, they tend to be a little finicky just like that. So I'm going to go way down on the thrust limiter and lock prograde for a second. We'll give the spacecraft a chance to turn around so we can make a correction or adjustment here. And there we go. We've got our intercept. And that's about as close as we can get from here. In 3 years, 324 days, and 3 hours. So we need to make multiple revolutions, potentially, before we actually get back. But that's okay. That is really okay for me. Well, let's go back to the Space Center. I think that's about it for this live stream today. We've done a lot. We've got 2 interplanetary probes, one at its destination, one near its destination. We've gone and rescued quite a few Kerbals and really expanded our flight roster. Oh, we have an orbital lab to check up on. Hold on 1 second. Pause. Rewind. We should probably go get the science out of the orbital lab. I'm just now remembering. There's probably a lot of science data up there. Because it can carry up to 500 science per, like, go-around. Well, let's go do that. Alpha Station, Research Station Omega. There we are. Research Station Omega. With, I think it's Debris? No, who's up here? Someone's up here. I don't remember this Kerbal's name. Oh, no, someone said earlier that I was going to put them up here and forget about them, and I did. I did do that. Daphmore, that's right. Yes, we have 496 science. Let's transmit. Well, hold on. Before we transmit. Let's stop research. Let's do a revolution. Get our batteries charged and our solar panels fully aligned with the sun here. There we go. All right, so the station's at maximum electrical capacity. Let's transmit science, because this will eat up a lot for how much we have on board here. And how long has Daphmore been up here now? A year and 108 days? Well, Daphmore, you're doing great work up here. You just keep it up. We should probably do a resupply mission at some point. Would probably be good. Let's not require complete. All right, 100% of the science was transferred. 497 units of research have been transferred. We do have some more openings to take some of the science we have on board. Process some of the stuff in the lab. Okay. Keep the rest. Yep, keep the rest. We've got 629 science. And Daphmore is... We just realized, we were going through our messages and we realized Daphmore has been asking for somebody to come up and give her a restroom break for the past year and a half. Because Mission Control forgot to put bathrooms on the satellite. Whoops. We could expand the station as an option, now that I think about it. I don't really know if we have it in the budget. But but it is a potential option. Let's see. We have 629 signs to work with. So we could do 2 of these tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 tier 6 sciences, or all of the tier 5 sciences. That's the way I'm looking at it. Unmanned tech would be cool. Which one of these gives us better radios? We can't do anything above this tier, which is a shame, because this one gives us the ionographer and the GravMax negative gravioli detector, and then also the drills and the ISRUs. Field science could be cool for a rover. And then what I'm thinking is, if we get the rover, then we could start doing some more protracted field work, you know? Like build a base on the moon or something. Build a lunar outpost. We have nuclear propulsion as an option. We have advanced propulsion as an option. Quite a few. Hex core passable tube, radial mount, inflatable airlock, shielded docking port, large modular grid segments, heat management. Interesting. I was just reading that heat pump thing. It's interesting. Thermoelectric effect generator. Microwave transducer. Oh, what was that? Not advanced metalworks. Experimental propulsion? No. Nuclear propulsion? No. One of these had the composites. That's right. That gives us the solar sails. And the inline clampetron. We'll go with this one. We'll go composites. We'll do... Man, it's so many different options. I think we'll do unmanned tech, because we're going to start launching more advanced probes, so we'll do unmanned tech. I think that's where we're going to leave the live stream, though, everybody. We've got a lot of great progress so far, and our Space Center is really kind of in its prime now. We've got lots of contracts. The higher our reputation, the wider variety of contracts we'll get offered, which is nice. So, yeah, in the next live stream, probably later this night, tonight, we will continue on. If you've stuck with me this far, thank you for watching, and I hope everyone has a great rest of their day. Take care.